In progress. Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:01. The board met in closed session and the following action was taken. The board approved the appointment of the following administrator, Norma Alston, Principal Harriet Eddy Middle School. Thank you. Welcome to the new position. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's virtual board meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this platform for conducting school board meetings. Legislative bodies, including school districts, have been permitted to hold board meetings telephonically or by other electronic means because on March 17th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N2920 suspending certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act. On June 11th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N0821 extending the suspension of certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act through September 30th, 2021. Consistent with N0821, this board meeting is being conducted via the Zoom webinar platform. Specifically, a board that holds a meeting via teleconferencing and allows members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically, consistent with the notice and accessibility requirements, shall have satisfied any requirement that the body allow members of the public to attend the meeting and offer public comment. Such a body need not make available any physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment. Zoom audio public comments, those indicating in advance of this meeting through the Google platform that they would like to speak during public comment using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At that time, your microphone will be unmuted. On your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap to unmute, your microphone will be live and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of Zoom platform client to make live public comments. If you do not have the latest version, you will not be able to make your comment. During your comments through the Zoom platform, a timer will be available on the screen, and at the end of your comment time, you will be muted. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's rights to express ideas and opinions. Pursuant to applicable law and board policy, the board will not prohibit public criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask when making public comments, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful, students are watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruption by any individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. All written electronic public comments that were submitted will be provided to the Board of Education in writing. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We always start with the flag salute. Oh, yes.
I have a question regarding next meeting. Are we going to have audience, community present?
You know what? The governor has just made changes. Do you want to go further, Mr. Hoffman?
I'll make comments during superintendent comments at the end. I'll address it.
Regarding that question?
Yes, regarding that question.
Can we address it now?
It's not agendized, and so we need to do it at the appropriate time on the agenda.
Well,
Yes.
it's my understanding
We will do it tonight.
Because of this emergency, we're not really going by the Robert rules and orders and all that.
No, I'm trying to very, very, very diligently. I have whole papers on it. So would you like to lead the flag salute though, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Thanks. Let's go.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Thank you for being a good
You're
sport.
welcome. We're up.
We'll start with our presentations and recognitions. Avid Teacher Advocacy Award. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Dr. Grewal?
Thank you. Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to recognize John Reith Elementary for their Abbott Award, Advancement via Individual Determination. They are one of 4 schools in California to receive this award, and this award was a check to Reith Elementary for $15,000. Implementation of Avid began with the principal, Katie Hedrick, who had previous experience with Avid from another site. Katie and her team have a passion for supporting students and teachers, and Avid assists our students in honing their academic skills, including note-taking, organization, time management, and critical thinking. They engage in peer tutoring, collaborative study groups, and student-centered activities. John Reith Elementary implemented Avid in 2018 with a core group of dedicated teachers from 3rd through 6th grade, and then it grew to include representation from all grade levels. Congratulations to Katie Hedrick and Reith's Avid leadership team, Stacy Campbell Skipper, Ashley Zotman, Stacy Gongor, Amy Jacobson, Kathy Denon. And I know they're watching tonight. And congratulations to the entire student body and staff of Reith Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is student expulsion involuntary transfer recommendations. We have a request for return for student expulsion. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this particular item.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the readmission committee's recommendations regarding 1 student to return from the district from expulsion.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Martinez O'Leary, seconded by Ms. Jamerson. So roll call vote. Mr. Fortino? Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez O'Leary?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
And aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is public comment. Ms. Soriano, are there public comments that are not on the agenda?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are public comments that are not on the agenda, and 2 of them will be on Zoom. Those 2 individuals are Ms. Lorraine Pryor and Miska Pearson, in that order.
We'll start with Ms. Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Lorraine Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I wanted to come before you today just to put a couple of things out there. I look forward to meeting with the superintendent tomorrow as we aim to discuss kind of what transpired. I don't believe it was a miscommunication. I believe that either someone gave him faulty information or whatever it was, but I know I deserve an apology for the way in which he publicly stated that a phone call happened with me that did not. And so I would like to see that addressed tomorrow in our meeting. And I also wanted to see what type of response the board had to being given false information and what type of responsibility the board has to make sure that that gets cleared up. Number 2, we presented you with a proposal in May. We've submitted a few revisions to make sure that we were in line with what it was that we wanted to portray about Black Youth Leadership Project. We are a project that has professional staff. 3/4 of the staff here have advanced degrees or college degrees, and we believe we are in a unique position to continue to serve the students in your district. We've been serving students in your district for a number of years, and we would like to see that formalized. Elk Grove has to partner with us at this point. You guys are number 1 in the state for disproportionate discipline of Black students, and to date, we have not been given a plan. We have not seen a plan. We have been asking for a plan. We have been sitting with your staff. I have been meeting with your staff for now almost 4 years, and there has not been a plan. We've presented you with the plan and we would like you to fund that plan. We would like you to take it serious. Our children cannot afford to wait for you to restart the clock while you manage or try to manage to bring something to the forefront. We have the infrastructure and we have the programs in place, and we would like to formalize our partnering by you funding this proposal. Our children deserve better than what they've gotten. Our children deserve safe spaces on your campus. Our children deserve teachers who love them and administrators who advocate for them. And we can only do that if we start to really look at what's going on and how they're being affected. And so myself and the team here, which I affectionately call Team BYLP, we are ready to serve and we are ready to partner with you for the benefit of our students, because it appears there is a problem. Number one in the state is no easy feat. You're not even the largest district in the state. So there's a problem somewhere, and we are asking you to be intentional about fixing that problem, recognizing it for what it is, and putting a solution on the table, which includes the proposal that we submitted to you. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Next is Mishka Pearson. Oh, right, she is not appearing in the Zoom.
Okay, let's do the written comments, and then can we please check back to see if she's appeared on the screen at the end? Thank you.
Written public comments for items not on the agenda. First is Mark Graham. Good afternoon, trustees and staff. My name is Mark Graham, and I live in Elk Grove. The district has a long-held policy of advocating for or against certain bills in the legislature that would affect the district, its students, or the respective interests. Big Telecom, AT&T, Verizon, CTIA, etc., through their lackeys in the legislature, are attempting to wrest regulatory power over the placement of cell antennas away from local governments through several bills, SB 556, AB 537, SB 378, SB 28, and others. The reason this is a school district matter is that cell antennas near school grounds are harmful to the health of all students and teachers due to the hazardous health effects of electromagnetic fields, also known as EMFs. And because the more cell antennas there are near a school, the more time students spend on their cell phones during school and in class. The education code requires the district to provide a safe learning environment, and that means no hazardous conditions in the classroom. If Big Telecom weren't sure that students would use their smartphones more, they wouldn't place cell antennas near schools. It is their business model. They are targeting students. They are placing or have placed all cell antennas near several district schools. W. Johnson Middle School, Franklin High School, Laguna Creek High School, Monterey Trail High School, Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School, Cosumnes Oaks High School, and Edward Harris Middle School. These are just the beginning. Currently, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 allows local governments to regulate the placement of cell antennas inside their jurisdiction. SB 556 would eliminate that local zoning authority. It would specifically authorize the placement of cell antennas on street light poles and traffic signals. It would override all conflicting local zoning codes. Even though the city of Elk Grove has done a very poor job of keeping cell antennas away from district schools, with the single exception of Laguna Creek High School, where in June 2020, the district asked the city to persuade AT&T to not place a cell antenna. All cities and counties in California currently have that power. Oh, and they have the power to regulate the placement of cell antennas. SB 556 and these other big telecom bills would eliminate that power. That would be harmful to the district and its students and teachers. The city of Elk Grove opposes SB 556. The League of California Cities opposes SB 556. For these reasons, I ask the district to oppose these bills by sending a letter of opposition to the bill's authors and to Senator Richard Pan, Assembly Member Jim Cooper, and Governor Gavin Newsom. Thank you. The next comment comes from Adia Obolu. I believe it's important to implement BYLP into the district. As a proud member of BYLP, when I joined, I found community and belonging. And as I felt more comfortable at school, I could better achieve my goals. BYLP is important for students' trajectory and for creating an equitable school campus. The next comment comes from Christopher Logson. Good evening. My name is Chris Lodgson, co-creator of the American Redress Coalition of California and member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I am in strong support of BYLP's proposal to tackle the suspension, expulsion rate, and belongingness of Black students on school campuses. EGUSD is #1 in the state of California for disproportionate discipline of Black students. Absolutely unacceptable. I urge the board to adopt BYLP's proposal immediately. Thank you. The next comment comes from Hillary McHenry. Hello, everyone. My name is Hillary McHenry. As a teacher and a member of the Black community, I am disgusted and appalled by the way Black students are treated and targeted by EGUSD. There needs to be a change, and change cannot come without action. BYLP has a plan to tackle the disproportionate suspension and expulsion rates of our Black students, and it is up to the board to approve this plan and put it into action. It is clear that the culture of your district is rooted in discrimination, but you have the ability to change that. Listen to the representatives of BYLP, listen to your community, and listen to your students. They are asking to be heard, seen, and treated fairly. I ask that you approve the proposal by BYLP because in the end, it will only strengthen your district and school culture. Thank you for your time. The next comment comes from Mark Gaskins. Good evening. My name is Mark Gaskins, and I, along with my wife, Mahia Gaskins, are the founders of the Village Method. Everyone knows the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. Sadly, many of our children don't know what village they are from, and our elders don't know how to engage our children. Expulsion and suspension is an indicator of a failed system and not the failure of our children. The more a system opts to suspend and kick out a child, the greater the chance that this system is deeply flawed and in dire need of repair, as all children are suffering within it. The troubling yet good news is that Black youth are disproportionately disciplined in your district. It is troubling that Black youth are the ever so ignored canary in the coal mine. But the good news is that the problem has already been found, and you have a multi-generational collective of folks eager to lend their expertise. If there are a few courageous individuals on the board, you will have an easier path towards a solution. Aligned with that, the Black Youth Leadership Project has dedicated countless hours to being a well-equipped guide as you navigate towards a solution. I urge you to accept their proposal. The children are watching. The next comment is from Lisa Stanley. I am with Black Youth Leadership Project and demand action to be taken to correct the district's disproportionate discipline of our Black students. We have been continuously showing up and bringing light to these issues to no avail. We have been lied to, dismissed, and not taken seriously. We are fed up. Our students have even come here to pour out their hearts about what is happening on their campuses, and their voices have fallen on deaf ears. When will you finally acknowledge the issues at hand and care enough to do something about it? EGUSD does not have a plan to repair the injustices placed on Black students. We want to help do that work for you. BYLP submitted a proposal and it is not even on the agenda tonight. This is so disheartening. We want the EGUSD to partner with BYLP. BYLP is actively advocating and has been the voice for Black students in your district. Why would you not take this vital step to righting your wrongs? Are you okay with these disproportionate discipline rates? You can effectively make a difference today. Your community is watching. Your district's attempts to make any significant change have been performative at best and never are specific to Black students. Even with your Improve Your Tomorrow program in place, Elk Grove is still leading in discipline rates. It's time for a significant change. BYLP is the answer. The next comment comes from Exquisitive Hundley. Good evening. My name is Exquisitive Hundley. I am a community member and advocate with BYLP. We are here yet again to remind the district that the Elk Grove remains #1 in the state of California for disproportionate discipline of our Black students. It is time to start to help the Black students in Elk Grove, and BYLP has submitted a proposal before this very board, a proposal to help Black students in Elk Grove. Now is the time to take action. Take the steps and partner with us so we can begin to address this ground zero situation. Our proposal is something that is needed, not only for the Black students, but their parents. BYLP is here, will be here, and will continue to be here. Now is the time to make Black students a priority, and having BYLP in the schools, a program that is like no other, is what is needed. The next comment comes from Jordan Sanders. And this comment is supported by, I believe, 3 or 4 additional people, and I will state those names. Those are Jordan Sanders, Jalen Hill, Helen Archie, and Raven Davis, and Jada Prayer all have the same message that they would like to present forward. Their message is, I would like to show my support for BYLP programming to be implemented on your campuses throughout the district. BYLP has proven itself to be an excellent partner in EGUSD. As an outside organization, BYLP has established itself as a strong pillar for Black students in the most critical stages of their life. Since the numbers of the exclusionary disproportionate discipline of Black students has increased, EGUSD is #1 in the state. EGUSD must pivot in the way it has traditionally chosen to address these issues, thereby sending the message that Black students are disposable. One of the best ways to start to make changes is by choosing to partner with BYLP. I am in support of EGUSD approving BYLP's proposal. Stand with your Black students by recognizing the services BYLP offers are critical for this self-development. If you really want to see a change, you must do something different and be the change. Board members, you have the ability to set an example with your leadership. You can become a turnaround district model in California and eventually for the entire country by intentionally deciding that non-action is unacceptable. The next comment is actually for the next agenda item. That completes the public comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Soriano.
And Mishka sounds like she's back in Zoom.
Oh, she's here? Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you. Maybe a little louder, a little closer to your mic.
Is that better?
That is
better?
better, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry about my late arrival. Apologize. I'll go whenever you guys are ready.
Oh, we're all ready and there's no need to apologize. We're happy to hear you.
Okay, awesome. So I'm here to speak on the return to school plan, and I'm specifically addressing for my TK and kindergarten colleagues. The reason that I'm addressing the board tonight is that when we looked at the agenda item, we saw a return to school plan that did not address overlap or single session for kindergarten. And this is a huge problem for our grade levels. And the reason is that we're being asked for our overlap time to leave our classrooms on a daily basis with our classes so that there can be cleaning in between so that the classes are not overlapping. So during overlap, we generally would have both classes in the classroom at one time, which is a lot of kids, but it's less disruptive than us having to find a place to take our children for a portion of the day. I'm just going to use myself as an example. At my site, we're going to have about a 55-minute overlap period for TK and kindergarten, and we're being asked to move to another location on a daily basis so that our classes are not overlapping. Kindergarten and TK have already been asked to switch classes to avoid being in the same classroom in order to teach this year during our return to school, return from distance learning. And we are just wondering, how this is going to be addressed for the youngest learners on our campus. So we're asking that the board and all parties can really work together to address the overlap situation. We are in favor of single session because we feel like it's less disruptive than our students being moved to another location on a daily basis. And also we're being asked to make this plan on our own and, work with our admin to try to figure it out, but it just does not seem feasible and fair for our youngest learners with all the things that we've been asked to do this year. So not sure if that consideration has really been coming up. A lot of people don't understand the nuances of TK and kindergarten and how we share space and how our time overlaps. But I think coming back, it's going to be difficult for me to address the learning needs of my students when a third of my day is going to be spent in another location, possibly the library, possibly an empty classroom. That's not our normal learning environment. So as we make this return to school, which we're excited about bringing those students back, we really need to find a way to meet their needs in a way that is constructive for our youngest learners on campus. So we're just pleading with the board, pleading with the district to please make that a consideration on our return to school plan.
Thank you. That now concludes our public comment. Ms. Soriano?
Yes, for items not on the agenda, correct.
For items not on the agenda. Thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, is there any public comments related to the consent agenda?
Yes, we have one public comment request from Mr. Joel Boyd via Zoom.
You can start anytime.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Boyd. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, school board. Thanks again for taking public comments. So I just wanted to make a comment on one of the consent agenda items. It's a contract that you're renewing with the county of Sacramento Sheriffs and the RCCC main jails. To the tune of $415,000 and some change. I just really believe that this should not be a consent agenda item that's just sliding through the public without any public opportunity to make some comments. I believe there needs to be a little bit more transparency on how this money is being spent. At a time when we really should be investing in community and equity and not really investing in jails. Really think that this is something that really should have a little bit more public opportunity to review and see exactly how this money is being spent. I do see later on in the agenda, you have your back to school plan, and there is money that's going to be allocated to school equity, and I thank you for that. But the money that you're allocating for that is far less than what you're allocating for the Sacramento Sheriffs and RCCC main jails. I'm not sure, maybe I get an opportunity to hear later in the presentation, the money that you're allocating for school equity, if that's an increase or the budget is remaining the same. But to slide this contract through in a consent agenda item and not allow the public to be able to comment on this, to see, especially when there could be a perception, looking at the disciplinary rates that you're supporting the school to prison pipeline, with this, and not really investing, in school equity, we, talk about, getting kids opportunities to attend, higher learnings and AP classes, and they're having to pay fees for AP classes. And, maybe money should be spent to help, betterment of kids' education than possibly subsidizing jails. This kind of looks like that's what you're doing here. But, maybe not. But, I think the public should have an opportunity to take a look at this. I would contact my trustee to, get more information. And I'm in District 6, but my trustee does not respond back to the constituents via email. So I've lost confidence in her to really be able to get some answers. So I really am asking that the board not approve this contract, put it back on the agenda, and allow public to comment and be a little bit more transparent, about how this money is being spent. And again, always thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 31 on the consent agenda. Mr. Fortuna. Can you use your mic, sir? We can't, it's not very loud. Okay, I'm going to repeat for him. He's asking for items number 4 and number 10 pulled. Mr. Perez.
I also want to pull number 4
Okay, we got that one.
and item 23.
So I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 31 minus item 4, 10, and 23.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Martina Soler. Seconded by Ms. Jamerson. It's a roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna? And myself is an aye, which is unanimous on those items. Now we'll start with number 3. Mr. Fortuna, you were first. You wanted to talk about item number 4. Hold on. I don't think his mic's working. Is it me? Mr. Pierce, can you hear him like he's on a microphone? No. Okay.
Me neither.
Would you like to come take my seat?
Well, he's close to me. He could use mine.
Yeah, use just.
That's a better idea.
Rare.
Mr. Yang's going to slide you over his mic, G-Bar.
There we go. That works.
Break down.
Okay. With respect to item 4, and I discussed this with the superintendent, I just need to say that I take exception with, from my perspective, one more district office level position being paid at a level above site administrators. We've talked about the need to look at site administrative positions and their relationships and their pay rates. And I just, from my perspective, look at the daily duties and responsibilities of site administration. I know that district office staff certainly have to deal with technical issues and other issues, but at the end of the day, it's just hard for me to justify that one would do basically a single task. It has various facets, but it's really a single task as opposed to the multiple tasks that have to be done on a daily basis by site administration. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Mr. Perez, did you want to add a comment to that?
Yes, I do. Essential functions, I think we should include district expanded learning programs, which include summer learning programs, intercessions, after-school programs, credit recovery, and tutorial opportunities. I would like to include suspensions. We need, again, to deal with this issue, suspensions. I'm trying to get my 4 votes, but yet we need to deal with suspensions. So this expanded learning coordinator could take on maybe 10% of his duties or her duties to do work on suspensions in our district. And also add school climate. School climate is very important. That's what all these issues cover. Expanded learning coordinator, we need to deal with, again, school climate. And I was wondering, this is a new position, so would this individual have a staff also to work with? It's not clear within this job duty how many staff are in there. And also, again, when you propose a new job title or new position within the Elk Grove Unified School District, again, I would like to see how they fit in within the organization chart. Who, chain of command, what unit, who are those individuals?
Okay, so I can speak to,
Also, on the bottom third to the last paragraph, design, develop, implement, and evaluate professional learning for administrators, teachers, parents. Okay. Parents does not, we need to add students and outcomes
what's professional
in that
development. isn't-
particular sentence.
Yeah, professional development is for the adults. Professional development isn't specific to students. That particular line is about professional development.
What's that?
That particular line is about professional development. It's about adult learning. Now, some of the training will be about how we serve kids, but it's not specific to kids in that particular line. It's about adult learning.
Well, it has administrators, teachers, parents. You included teachers, parents,
Right, adults.
and others. So who are the others?
Could be other staff that aren't, instead of listing, it could be social workers, could be MHTs, could be other people that are serving, but we didn't list every single job classification that it could be.
So you're saying that's for what now again?
Professional learning, that's adult learning. That's not.
Adult learning.
Yep.
Well, we need to maybe make that clearer. And second to the last paragraph, assist with the development, implementation, and evaluation of summer programs and other expanded learning opportunities. Which expanded learning opportunities are you referring to?
It's a variety of them. I mean,
Okay, well, we need to address those.
Please go ahead, Mr.
A
Hoffman.
couple of pieces. So the job's positioned at 195 on the administrative salary schedule, which is actually in line with 3 other coordinator positions in the coordinator. It's not at the highest level of coordinators. We have a 200 level coordinator, and we also have a 215 level coordinator. So it's right in the middle range of the coordinator range, on par with site administrator. It is on the same par as a vice principal at a high school. So we do believe it is a job of significant responsibility, and no perfect place to align it, but the 210 days that are tied to the position and the 195 classification, I do believe makes sense. Currently, the person doing the work without the expanded services is working at the 180 level. So at step 1, it's about a $5,000 difference between level 180 and one 195. So I do think it's an appropriate place to bench it. Understanding Mr. Forcina's under, complete understanding of how hard our site administrators work, and that's the reality. We'll hopefully work on that as moving forward. With regards to the first question,
Suspensions.
yeah, it's really, I mean, we are working through who would be responsible for suspensions, but the expanded learning person, I don't think is the correct person to do that, and that they're not doing, they mostly don't even have the background with regards to having done suspension. So while they may work in supporting some professional development around that, I don't know that they are the person to monitor and improve our work with regards to suspensions.
Well, I just mentioned maybe 10%, 5% of their time could be working on this issue. That's why I suggest.
I understand.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I think they'll be plenty busy.
Oh, the other issue I'm wondering if this was a typo, is this fiscal year 2020, 21 or 20? Or, yeah, 21, 22?
Well, the
Or-
job description, this is the year that the job description is being approved.
But are we going back to 20? Beginning this September retroactive?
It's not, it's just established, that's just when we established the title. We're still in the 2021 school year.
Right, the last part of the year, okay. Wasn't sure if it was gonna go for 21, 22, but you're gonna go back to
It will.
2020.
Yeah, I mean, it will. I mean, that's when, but it'll be moving forward. This
Okay,
position, not the position, but the job description will stay in place until it is no longer needed. The person in the role, the board approved this for 1 year at this point. So it's not, it's a, this summer, next school year, next summer, and the board could make the decision to extend that position longer in rounds 2 or 3, but right now, the position was approved in the ELO plan at the last meeting. This is just the job description to go along with the position that the board approved.
very good.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on item 4?
On consent count, I forgot to bring up number 7.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to bring up your attention. They refer to you as the secretary. We need to change that from secretary to superintendent.
Yeah, I'm technically called the secretary in some settings, so
Secretary of the
I know
board.
you do about all of the above.
I found that on a form once when I got to be president. He's considered the secretary of the board.
I am.
So
Probably do so.
can I get a motion to approve item number 4 on the consent agenda?
Can we do them all at one time?
Can we do them all at one time?
All the ones that have been pulled.
My only concern is if people want to vote differently,
Fine.
Mr. Fortuna.
Okay.
So I was just trying to give respect to every item.
All right.
Can I get a motion to pass item number 4 on the consent agenda?
So move.
I'll second. Moved by Mr. Perez, seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. Roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solir?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye with my reservations.
And I for myself, so that is unanimous, although slightly reserved. Number 10, ratification of grant contracts / agreements for funding. Mr. Fortuna, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please speak.
Yeah, I had several questions on 10 because I did not understand most of them. And I spoke with the superintendent today. What was kind of interesting is this afternoon, I received a call from a constituent about the first 3 of the 4 items. And now tonight we hear from a community member on 1 of the 4 items. So I think it'd be very helpful in this particular case if we could have an explanation of what those items are so that the community has that understanding.
Okay, unfortunately, my computer is not working. How many items are on there?
Well, there's 4. The last one is Head Start, and I don't know that anybody had a question about that one, but it's the first 3 of
Okay,
4.
thank you.
I appreciate letting us know ahead of time, so we are prepared to be able to take care of that for you tonight.
Do
I'll
you have the
start,
list?
I do, yeah, we do, I do
Okay.
have the list. Yep, we're in good shape.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Um,
Fortino.
So I'll start with number 3, which is the agreement with the Sac Sheriff and RCCC, which is the main jail. This is actually reimbursement that the Sheriff's Department pays to the district for the staff that we have that teach at the jail. So this isn't related to resource officers or police services. This is related to the services we provide in helping the community as folks are taking courses, doing coursework at the main jail. We provide the instruction and the services, and this is the reimbursement that they pay back to us for that service. And then the 2 people that are there, if you know, Toby Boyd is the actual president of CTA, and he is a teacher under contract, and we've had him, this is a visiting educator contract, so we get reimbursed for his salary as he's serving in that role. And I'll be honest, with Shelley Gupton, same thing, but I don't think it's a full, is it a full position at that price? That's okay, that's her full position. So it's work that's being done outside of the district, and we get reimbursed. So these are reimbursements that the district's getting for services and or people that are doing things outside of the district. Any better than that?
Does that satisfy, Mr. Fortino?
Oh, yes,
Okay,
definitely.
great. Would you like to move to pass this?
Pardon me?
Would you like to make a motion to pass it then?
Well, we have items 1 and 2 on that also.
There's a few line items under that one listing. That's what he's referring to.
That was the third of 4 items under that.
I just answered the Toby Boyd, which is number 1,
Right.
and Shelley Gupton was number 2, but I just explained those 2. And then I started with,
Oh,
The
you,
Sheriff
And the
Department.
teachers.
I understand what you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I move approval of item number 10.
Thank you. First by Mr. Fortino, second by Mr. Perez. Roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza? Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Fortino?
Aye.
And I for myself, it's unanimous. Now number 23 was asked to get pulled by Mr. Perez.
Yes. Item 23, consent. Improve Your Tomorrow Incorporated. First of all, I'd like to say that I support this program and the objectives and what they plan to do. But yet, at the same time, I want to make sure that this is a very successful program because it's very important to this particular part of our district, which is the 6 high schools on the north side of our district, Valley, Florin High, and Monterey, and the junior highs, and 3 of our continuation alternate schools, total of 9 sites. But when I read the MOU, I have a lot of questions. Why are we using an MOU versus a contract? Why are we giving more than 20% of the budget for startup? 362,250 is a lot of money. That's almost 40% of the $724 and $500 annual program cost. So, and if this program has been going on 7 years, what's come to my mind, what are those startup costs? They did not, or we did not negotiate or put that on this particular MOU. And what are the administrative percentage of the administrative cost in order to improve your tomorrow objectives and goals? Those are not stated in the MOU. how many number of participants per program are they going to work with per school, per site? That's not in here. Cost per student, it's not in here in this MOU. I went to their site and they have a report, but again, they had a very excellent outcomes percentages, but they do not put the number of contacts they had per program. So I'm wondering, I'm trying to determine how much it costs per student, you know? And I have a lot of experience working with the state, other school districts and CBOs. And so, you know, a lot of programs are very concerned about administrative costs. So that $346,500, $250 is a lot. So I'm wondering why they need so much. The other concerns, like they do not mention in their program, they don't mention like another contract, scope of work. They mention Elk Grove Unified District will do this and they will do this. So Improve Your Tomorrow will do these particular objectives. And one objective that I like to see in this program, because they're very astute with working with students in our area, is again, working with suspensions. That is left out in this particular project. And I would like our staff to possibly go back to them and see if they could work on this very important issue that's been brought to our attention. So at each board member meeting since 4 years ago, just like our guest speaker or our speaker says today. And their plans, either they work maybe with this group that in their plan, work together and maybe deal with this issue. This is an excellent opportunity to, what's the name of this group that just spoke? I got my notes fixed. Yes, and so maybe we could, if with their approval, maybe we could get these two groups to work on this issue. Because I'm very positive that they have a lot of resources within our communities. And like they said, they have very astute professional staff. So is that possible?
Mr. Hoffman, what would be the preference? He has a lot of questions about the contract. I know every year we receive a breakdown of the results of the program and the costs of the program as we have. My understanding is this is the beginning of the year contract for the next. Instead of paying the full contract in full, we're paying half and we're paying half, making a contract in two parts, two payments, which I don't think is abnormal. Often we do it all up front. Would it be better to pull this off so you have a chance to get Mr. Perez up to date? Do you have some answers today? What is your preference?
I'll speak to it directly. IYT is a phenomenal program that's done phenomenal work in our district for years. It's moved from one high school to the three high schools, the three middle schools that feed into it. And this year we're going to roll into the continuation schools. We can certainly look at some of the questions that Mr. Perez is speaking to and how those conversations, but the idea we'd hold up the contract to have a conversation about merging with another entity. If that comes to be in the future, that could come out of it, but I don't think we would hold up. My piece would be not to hold up the contract. These folks have people ready to be hired and continue to be hired. So they're ready to serve our schools. They're ready to expand and be ready for the start of the school year with our continuation schools. So my take would be, we move forward with the contract.
Mhm.
They're a proven commodity that's done good work for us. And if there's additional things the board would like us to entertain with them in the future, we can certainly do that. One of the things we said was we would love to have this program at our continuation schools. And voila, they're serving our continuation schools this year. So they're open to those concepts, but I wouldn't want to do anything tonight that interrupts the relationship or the services that we're receiving through IYT. I would ask the board to move forward with this tonight, and then we can explore some of the additional ideas that Mr. Perez has.
Right. I also do not want to hold up the contract, but yet I do want our staff to talk to them, and maybe with your meeting tomorrow with these people, individuals, this organization, that you might want to bring that to the table. But yet, the main concern about this, I would like to have the language of dealing with, will this organization, Improve Your Tomorrow, Inc., will also work with our suspensions issue. I think, I'm pretty sure that they have some expertise in that area and staff that are very astute on this issue. So, but yet, suspensions is not an issue or has not been addressed within this MOU. So if anybody could do this, I think they can. So that's what I want to say. And let's.
All right, thank you. Do you want to make a motion to pass it then?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to pass this with, with amendment that they include suspensions.
And
I
Can't do that at this
I
point.
can't,
we can have that conversation, but we're not going to be able to amend the contract.
What?
We're not going to be able to amend the contract.
we posted this contract. I think, Mr. Press, I think your point has been made, and I believe they do help us with suspensions. I think they help with the success of the students in their program, and one of them is is suspensions. That is
But-
considered successful.
Like any contract, yes, don't want to hold it up. I agree with, let's pass it today, but sometime ASAP, please talk to them and talk about inserting suspensions.
Mr. Murray is shaking his head yes, Addie.
Heard
He
you.
has heard you.
We understand.
Point made. Could you restate your motion, please?
Thank you. So,
I would like to call for a motion to pass item number 23 on the consent agenda.
amen.
So moved.
So
please.
moved.
Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Okay, first by Mr. Perez, second by Dr. Martinez Alir. A roll call vote. Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alir.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
And an aye from myself. It's unanimous. The consent agenda is complete. Our next item for tonight, bargaining units. Ms. Soriano, are there any comments from our bargaining unit members?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no comments from the bargaining units.
Thank you. Our next item is the 2021-2022 full return to school update. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Yes, Madam Board President Albiani, there are a few written public comments.
Thank you. Please read them.
The first public comment is anonymous, but from a parent. The evidence is clear that COVID-19 poses almost no risk to children. It is also established that COVID-19 poses almost no risk to people who have been vaccinated against it. The risk of spreading COVID-19 by children and vaccinated people is also very low. Follow the science and stop requiring masks in classrooms. The children's lives have been disrupted too much already. The next public comment is from, one moment, please. I have to check. Miss Erin Summers. Superintendent Hoffman and Board of Trustees, we are finally on the verge of reopening schools for full on-campus learning. As a reminder for the board and our larger E EGUSD community, it took months of continued pressure and advocacy for our organization to get 4 days per week hybrid schedule close to the end of the school year. That unfortunately still left many students with working parents left out of classrooms. Although our push for 5 full days on campus in-person learning was not achieved this year, I am internally grateful to have found a community in our district that will fight for what it believes in and not allow the district to fail its students. Looking forward towards the future, the EGUSD Parent Coalition will continue its advocacy work in the 2021-2022 school year. Our members remain concerned about key issues that do not appear to have made it into the full return of schools update. Things like bus transportation for all students who need it, smaller classroom sizes, dedicated social workers, and mental health staff that are fully funded and not contingent on grants, creating safe and welcoming spaces for Black students on campus, addressing disproportionate discipline of Black students, and specific examples of academic and social emotional interventions that will catch our youth up from the year of distance learning and social isolation. There is a mention of a mix of academic, social, and emotional supports and programs, but as usual, there are no details for parents to readily prepare our students. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input at the parent advisory team listening sessions, but we see little in the way of specificity in regards to the social emotional programs that will be offered district-wide and ways that teachers can engage students after a year of teaching over a computer screen. There are so many resources available to share across school sites, yet many approaches are done in a vacuum. This was evident in the way that students were welcomed back after school reopened for the concurrent model, as some sites held celebrations while others appeared to do very little to recognize the students back in their classrooms. Our organization has had to make some hard choices in its infancy, but that is due to the fact that parents still feel largely shut down or shut out of the district's decision-making process. I implored you to invite parents into the schools and into the important discussions about ways to improve our district. We are still willing to partner with you in our shared goals, but we will not accept subpar solutions. Our students deserve the best education, and we will continue to fight until they receive it. And the next public comment comes from Coco Baker. I reviewed the slides attached to the full return to school update, and while I'm pleased to see that the district plans to have all schools fully operational 5 days per week, it is very concerning that there is no mention of transportation. The bus situation, or apparent lack thereof, seems to be like the third rail of the district, as it seems that no one wants to touch it. Earlier this spring, I posed this question to the administration at CAMS, and they said, "We don't know what's going on. You'll have to call the transportation department," essentially referring to them as their own little island. And as I think most parents know, if they've ever tried to call the transportation department, good luck even getting anyone to answer. Nobody in the district wants to talk about this issue, and transportation seems to be accountable to no one. What good is fully reopening the schools if the kids can't get there? We are less than 2 months away from the first day of school, and we have absolutely no updates on what to expect in August. For those of us, and there are many, who rely on district transportation to get our kids to school, we need an update on what's going on with the bus situation. Please don't leave us in the dark. We deserve better. The next comment is from Jennifer Rodriguez. I would like to encourage the board to keep strict safety protocols in place, like continued masking, distancing, and open windows and doors for ventilation, at least until all children attending EGUSD schools have had the opportunity to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. I'd also discourage allowing parents, volunteers on campus unless proof of vaccination is required or until all students have an opportunity to be vaccinated. I'm concerned that a board that is still holding meetings virtually is forcing parents to send their school back to school or essentially undertake independent study. More people have died from COVID this year so far than in all of 2020. While many people 12 and up are vaccinated, we must remember that essentially all of our elementary school students have not had the opportunity. I also think that the district should offer a more equitable learning opportunity for students who are unable to return to school. I'd also encourage the district to continue vaccination clinics and promoting vaccination to students and families. I would like to see some method of monitoring that safety protocols are being followed at all sites. It seems hypocritical for the board not to be meeting in person when parents are expected to send our unvaccinated children to school starting next month. The next comment comes from Christy Moore. Children are at low risk, both getting and spreading the virus. Masks are not helpful for this, especially if the teacher is already vaccinated. Masks should be a choice, not a requirement. Requiring a young child to wear a mask all day, every day, should be backed up by science. At this time, no science supports this practice. Either lift the requirement or provide actual science to back this up. And that completes public comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cerruti will present.
Thank you and good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief overview and just confirmation of what the start of the 21-22 school year will look like, and not just the start, but what we're planning for next year. In summary, on-campus learning, all schools will be open and fully operational 5 days a week. Health and safety protocols.
We need you a little closer to the mic.
Thank you, ma'am. All public health and safety protocols will be applied. And we will have, in addition to our on-campus learning, we will have, as we have had previously, our independent study options, the Elk Grove Virtual Academy and our Las Flores High School Academy. And a little later, I'll talk about the home school or the home hospital option that is available as well. Our on-campus learning options, as noted, 5 days per week, full day in-person instruction. We'll be following our 21-22 school year calendar, which will be in effect. The start and end times and bell schedules, if not already posted, will soon be posted for all of our schools. We'll have food and nutritional services that will be provided. Extracurricular and co-curricular activities will be available. We'll be fully operational on our campuses. The health and safety protocols, the Sacramento County Public Health anticipates guidance coming out from the CDC later this month, a little bit, hopefully soon. Guidelines are on this page as we receive them as of the 11th of this month. And in terms of how those are looking, no social distancing requirements, and they use the language as noted here, which is distance as much as possible. We'll be continuing to contact trace, notify, and quarantine as needed. We'll continue our cleaning and disinfecting procedures and protocols on all of our campuses. We'll continue to encourage frequent hand washing. And in terms of face coverings, as is noted, fully vaccinated individuals do not need to wear a face covering or quarantine except indoors in our schools. And so as we are planning right now, that is, this is how we are planning moving forward this year. I have with me should questions from the board go into detail. I do have the district's health coordinator here this evening who can provide the latest and most updated information as she is in contact with our folks at the state and county level on a daily basis. Our independent study options, just to clarify and confirm, we will not be offering distance learning as we've had it this year, whether that was all of our students in distance learning or the distance learning, even under the concurrent model that our students that remained at home were receiving, which was 4 days a week, and synchronous learning with teachers. Independent study is different. It is self-paced and asynchronous, and there is check-in and or in-person office hours. So there's multiple ways that our students on independent study, it could be by phone, it could be virtual, or it could be in person, but it is not comparable to our distance learning. And by saying it's not comparable, I'm not talking about it being of less quality. It is a completely different model. Home hospital is something that's available for temporary students with temporary disabilities or for those that have acute medical conditions. And this is the same options that we have had previously. The supports for a successful return to school, I just note the summer learning program has a heavy focus on reacclimating and reintroducing, and in some cases, introducing kids to our schools. The summer bridge programs and noticing that there is the balance of academic, social, emotional, and enrichment opportunities. And not to digress off of the topic here, which is our reopening, the reopening of our schools for the 21-22 school year, but our summer learning programs are in play, and we had a presentation on that not too long ago. And I'm pleased to say that our schools are filled with kids. We are seeing numbers in our schools that we have never seen before in terms of summer learning. So some amazing things happening with our teachers and with our kids and our administrators. And thank you also to Ms. Erin Sipes, who's coordinating that and supporting all of those efforts. We do have school-wide plans making school welcoming and fun. It happens every year, but Dr. Graywall and Mr. Murray, working directly with our principals, all of our schools and our leadership teams at our schools are planning to make sure that school is welcoming, fun and supportive of our kids coming back to school, and recognizing that this is not a normal return, that our kids have undergone a significant, kids and families have undergone a significant change from what any of us have ever experienced before, as has our staff. You'll see the balance of academic and social emotional supports. And that's continuous with what's been happening this summer. And then tutoring programs and extending beyond the school day, those are currently in development, and those will be underway once school begins. And with that, I'm happy to, and I believe that was it, that is, and happy to answer any questions should you have them.
So one quick addition, just to make sure we're on the same page, and we had public comment on an agendized item, so being able to speak to it makes sense. And so just to be clear with the board and with the public, transportation is at the front of our minds. We're working on that and trying to figure out a viable solution. I was on the phone this morning, first thing, with the other superintendents in the county of Sacramento, and it was the first follow-up question that we had with the county health department is, what are the rules going to be with regards to transportation? If it's masks without social distancing in the classroom with ventilation, will we have the same rules on the school buses? If we have those rules, then we have capacity to be able to do our traditional program with regards to transportation. I'm hopeful that's where it is. We just can't say today that that's the guidance we're going to get, but we're pushing on that. And I'm hopeful that we'll have a answer that we can share with the board and with the community in short order.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. We'll go ahead for any questions or comments. Start with Dr. Martinez-Soler.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Just have a couple questions. I just want to make sure that if families are interested in the independent study, how is the marketing or advertising going out so they can be aware of that offering?
So we can make sure, one of the things that we can do is certainly work with our communications director, Ms. Soriano, and make sure that contact information is available on our website. The information is there in terms of being able to directly contact the school. Mr. Williams is available and for those programs. So the same methodologies we've had in the past, but we can certainly do some additional steps to make sure that folks are aware of how to contact those facilities in order to, or those programs rather, in order to, one, find out about them, and two, if they're interested in them.
And I imagine also the site level will also help
Exactly.
the families
Well,
connect.
and that's always the case. If questions come up, so for example, if a family is their home school, rather their neighborhood school, and if they have a question, they can always contact. That's always the best thing, is start with the office and the principal at your neighborhood school, because they obviously can answer questions about that school, but certainly point you in a direction should you have any other questions.
The other question I have is, I know as things are changing with the guidelines, there may be some shifts or movement that we'll be making before the full return based off of what the county health reports. So I was just curious, when do you plan to give another update? So maybe some families might be wondering, as things change, how will they be notified in that information?
So you're speaking about the health guidelines.
Yes.
And so, and Ms. Almatari, if there's anything that I missed, by all means, step right out. But she is in contact and provides information. That's where we got the information, the most recent. And Ms. Almatari, on the 11th, was that the most recent information that we received? So we haven't received any updated information since, but she's a direct conduit and has a direct link with state and county information. And just as Superintendent Hoffman was talking about with respect to transportation, it's part of the challenge of providing information. We want to provide as much information as we possibly can, but it remains fluid. And so what we're doing is operating off of the information that we currently have and planning for such.
The one piece just I think is good, make sure the board, I think, understands this, to make sure for the public understands this. We are in an interesting dynamic as a school district. So we have the reopening of the state, and there's a set of rules if we are just members of the state of California. And then there's a set of rules that are in place because we are a school entity, and those are more restrictive than what are the public setting. And that's why you're hearing about masks in the classroom and those kinds of things. On top of that, we're also an employer. And so we are also subject to the Cal OSHA requirements, which currently are the most restrictive at all, and they apply to our employees. And so when we're talking about the guidelines and keeping people updated to the guidelines, we kind of have to make sure we're clear. There isn't a set of guidelines. There's multiple sets of guidelines, and depending on which hat we happen to be wearing at the time, we have to be able to balance all of those things. And so that's just kind of the reality of where we are. Just making sure as the public is working through this, you are hearing, in the newspapers and the and social media and in the media that California's reopening, and we are, but with schools as an employer, we have different set of rules than just the general public.
I appreciate that feedback. I think there can be some confusion going on in the clarity when we're talking about our school sites. So I appreciate that. And then one last question. I know, Mr. Cerruti, you mentioned in the past, and you gave an update on the summer learning. I just wanted to circle back. I know you're probably going to be collecting data from there. So just want to make sure maybe in the future at some later date, you will be giving that report back to us about how the summer learning experience was for some of our students and families.
We absolutely will be doing that. And we're in the process of gathering data on a daily basis, and we'll be putting a full report together.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
I don't have any questions, but I guess I want to underscore some of the information that has been shared. I think no one has been more frustrated than we, those folks who have to put laws, implement laws. No one has been more frustrated than we have with the, I won't even say lack of direction, but really conflicting directions, overdue directions that we've been receiving over the past year. So thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for sharing at least where we stand now, which is unfortunately probably the best that we can do at this point. And I also want to reference one of the comments that was made in public comment about kind of the lack of detail going forward And I want to acknowledge, agree frankly with that characterization, and acknowledge that the lack of detail in this return plan is because those details are being developed in real time. And I just hope that, anyone who has an interest in this will remain engaged. Please keep tuning in, reading those agendas, and providing us with feedback, because we as a board are essentially receiving that information on those proposed new plans and all of the holes that need to be filled in at the same time that the public is. So we just ask that you continue to be engaged with us, and there's a lot of work going on to answer all of those questions and more. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson.
Good evening. Thank you for that report. Just a couple of questions, following up to the question about clarification for parents. So I know that there's multiple guidelines that we're juggling. I think as a parent, wanting to know bottom line, am I going to be sending my student with a mask? Are they going to have masks? When that information comes out, are we going to be hearing about that from the site level? Is that going to come from the district, or will it be a combination of both? I think parents are just, as it gets closer, we understand that we're waiting for more guidance, but once we do get that guidance, how will we receive that?
Two things. Thank you for the question. And if school were starting tomorrow, based on the information that I just shared, all students would be coming to school with a mask. We're planning as such. In terms of should something change, and it's very possible, our schools, depending upon how you look at it, a month is a very short period of time. In the real world we've been living in now, it's years in terms of all the changes that took place. Your question about how we will communicate, we'll do it similarly to what we did before. And what I mean by that is we develop consistent messages at the district level. And then what we do is we push it out. Our communications department pushes information out. But what we also know, and in multiple modalities, and Ms. Soriano would be better able to list all of those modalities that we have, including video and the productions that she does. But also we know, because of we monitor the response rates, that parents are much more inclined to open up an email, a text message, anything, if they see their school and their principal's name. So what we do is we also inform our principals, here's the message you need to send. And we also don't just leave it up to them. And it's not because they wouldn't send it. We will literally tell them, you need to send this at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So it's going out in mass to all, and it's coordinated at the district level as well. So we do multiple methodologies. And then what we always are looking at, and what we've learned a great deal about during this time of obviously the need for massive levels of communication, is need be, our schools are becoming increasingly aware of those families that may not be electronically connected. And so that's when phone calls are taking place. And we also work through our Office of Family and Community Engagement. We do everything from that to phone banking and all the things that we've done over the course of the year to ensure that our families have information in a timely manner.
Perfect. Thank you. I, as a parent, appreciate all the levels and modes of communication. So I just wanted to make sure that parents knew where to be keeping an eye out for that. If we do have an increase in families wanting to participate in the virtual academy or Las Flores, do we have capacity? Are there any concerns there?
Well, we're planning for that. And so, for example, meetings that we are having with our teachers, and looking at the need to be flexible and accommodating should we have an influx of families who are looking at that option to make sure that we have the level of staffing in place. So it is definitely on our radar. It's been discussed for a while now, and we will make sure that the level of interest that our families have, that we're able to meet that need with appropriate staffing.
Jamerson, kind of specifically, one of the advantages we have that year-round schools start in the middle of July is that if parents are going to choose the virtual academy is a traditional calendar.
Okay.
So what we would get is, if we have X number of families that are choosing to not be on the year-round calendar, but to choose to be in the virtual academy, that's going to give us a little bit of lead time to see how fast we would have to ramp up. So the advantage of us all not starting on day one is we do have the opportunity to see what this will look like. So we will, we'll get a head start with the year-round schools with mid-July. Just get an idea, is it 1% or is it 10%? That'll give us an indicator of how fast we need to ramp up.
Okay, great. And then just lastly, I know that you have social emotional plans to support students in their social emotional, and just wondering if we are also, we have students that have experienced loss of their family members, of their, caregivers, and do we have the capacity to address grief counseling with our students as well?
We do. The short answer is yes, and a bit more information about that is we have considerable experience, unfortunately, working through those very sad and tragic situations. But we have a very strong network that includes Mr. Ross is here, the Director of Student Support and Health Services. We have staff at the school site, our counselors, our MHTs, our behaviorists, our social workers, and then we also have networks with outside services and supports should the family need resources beyond those that we can provide, and we can help coordinate those services with them. So the answer is yes.
Perfect, thank you. I think that will bring some comfort to families knowing that those resources are available. So
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Very good report. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elk Grove Virtual Academy, grades K-8. Are we going to expand those to 9th to the 12th?
So the virtual academy, actually, the way that is they both function similarly. And they have two different names, but they can basically fall under the same umbrella. And so they function in a very, very similar manner. Our secondary program uses what's called Edgenuity, which is a specific curriculum. The virtual academy for our younger kids, the elementary kids, it's slightly different, but the format and structure is the same. Mr. Williams is the principal that oversees all of it. So in some ways, you can think of a single roof over these programs. So they're very, very similar in nature.
So what's the name of the 9th through 12th?
9th through 12th is Las Flores High School.
Those floors.
And the virtual academy is 1st through 8th grade.
So Los Flores is going to have a virtual academy.
Well, it's the virtual academy, they're independent study programs. And so, for example, a high school student in Las Flores is online independently working through Edgenuity. And then they have check-in time with the Elk Grove Virtual Academy. Sometimes, and I can't say to make generalizations, you may see instead of perhaps one time a week, a student checking in with their teacher as they would at the high school level. It could be 2 or 3 times a week at the younger grades with the teacher. But they're very, very similar in nature. They are independent study programs. So you've got a high school and you've got a K-8 program, but they are managed and overseen by a single administrator who oversees those programs.
So I thought we were planning to do a virtual academy K to 12.
Well, what we have is independent study. And both of those programs are independent study programs. So they meet the criteria for independent study. And what differentiates them, and that is they are not what we would, when we refer to distance learning, that term could apply to anything, quite frankly. But when we were using distance learning in the concurrent model, the thing that distinguishes it is that was with your teacher. And if you were at the secondary level, you were with multiple teachers. That's not the case at the high school level or at the middle school level. You still have a single teacher that is working through that with all of you and providing support in terms of accessing curriculum and trying to provide support as needed in an independent study model. But it is not the same as what we currently are offering. We did have independent study and we had kids in those programs during this pandemic, but we are not offering, and the reason we're not offering that is because the state hasn't given school districts, and I'm not taking a position on it. It's just a statement. They are not giving the flexibility of attendance and the things that needed to be in place in order for school districts to function as full distance learning districts. So what we're doing is going back to what we've had previously, which are independent study options for K through 12 students.
And we also receive ADA for those students.
We do.
Okay. My main concern right now is the full return to school, but what are we doing in the personnel component of our staff in order to be heads up how many may be retiring early, maybe before the fall or September, before the school year begins? And do we have enough substitute teachers if we have a big influx?
We know who our
Retirees.
retirees are, and those positions are open and being filled. I don't know that we've had a significant increase over any other year, and I don't expect any
Don't
more city
suspect anybody.
surprises. But it's been through the regular process. We did have some folks that retired early in 2021. Early at the very beginning of the year because they decided that they weren't going to do do the distance learning. We had a few of those folks, but right now we don't see numbers higher than we normally have with regards to retirees.
So, okay, and the last one, what's the science of the possibility of mandatory vaccinated students before they come to school? Has there been talk on that issue?
If that, in terms of the latest, we have not heard anything about that. There hasn't been any indication whatsoever that there's going to be a requirement and a mandate that all students are, before they return to school, are going to be vaccinated. I'm just looking back and it confirmed by our health coordinator. There's been no indication as of today that that's going to be a requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. Evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Fortuna.
Just a couple of quick things. First of all, the plan calls for masks to be worn in schools vis-a-vis statements made by the governor. But it's, correct me if I'm wrong, it is not a mandate.
What they are is guidelines.
They are guidelines, and so that the board in the adoption of the plan can do what it chooses to do.
I would defer to the superintendent, but that would be my
I
assumption.
think if one of the things that we had this conversation in the past, if the board were to make a decision outside of the health guidelines, a student or staff member became ill or something else happened to them as a result of us making a decision outside of the guidelines, then we would be liable and potentially on the hook for damages. So the board making a decision outside of the guidelines, we would certainly want to have a conversation with legal and make sure the board was clearly aware of the ramifications of such a decision.
Yeah, I understand that. I bring it up because it seems like when items are being discussed, words are used interchangeably so that guidelines become mandates, become law, become requirements. They are guidelines. And I just want to make that clear.
Yes, and I would say I can't say with 100% certainty, but I think I can, that I don't think there's been anyone who's come up here, myself included, who's ever used the term mandate or law. They've been guidelines.
And under the term, Mark, fully operational,
Yes.
is that synonymous with gates will be open, doors will be open to offices, parent volunteers will be welcomed back into the classrooms? Is fully operational as it was back at the beginning of all prior school years?
In terms of, the short answer is yes, and then there's the but. In terms of public access and adults onto our campuses, and I'm just going to look at my colleagues, there hasn't been any conversation that indicates that what we're going to be doing is restricting anyone. Because what's noted here is the distancing guidelines. What we want to make sure, this is where it comes down to, and I understand there may be varying opinions about masking, but in particular, when we, the point of what we're trying to make is that we are functioning under a full reopen to school.
Right now, I will say, Mr. President, I want to make it clear, there are going to be additional guidelines with regards to athletics, I believe. So I believe that testing will probably be a requirement similar to what we did this spring. I don't know that for sure. So the idea, I don't want to state that we are going back to January of 2020. We're going to be in masks in the, we're going to encourage social distancing is still a good idea until everybody's vaccinated. So I want to make sure we're not saying we're going back to January of 2020, but it will feel a whole lot more like normal than we did last year for sure. We're still going to do cleaning protocols. We're still going to encourage, it's going to be like the flu season is some of the things that we do plus. So I just want to make sure we're clear that it's not just no holds barred. Everybody doing exactly what we were doing in January 2020.
Right, but in a comment that you just made, I don't think it's realistic to expect that all people are going to become vaccinated, which then is going to bring up the question at some point in time has to come up is how long do people who have been vaccinated have to pay a penalty for those who choose not to become vaccinated?
And that's no different than in a normal setting. There's some vaccinations that some families choose, not to do, and there's some flexibilities. With that, the herd mentality concept is, but that's all those are the scientists that will do that work, and that will result in the guidelines. And what our commitment to is we're going to follow the health guidelines, and what they are at the time. The health guidelines as they currently exist allow us to be much closer to our normal than in the past, and we'll continue to monitor those, and we will make the adjustments. But where we are going to heavily rely on the experts in the health departments, because that's what we've done from the beginning of this, and that's what we will continue to do. That's our commitment to our families and our staff.
From the standpoint, Mark, of the bargaining units and meetings that are held at school site, business as usual?
Meaning staff meetings and things like that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with the same component, which would be,
Right.
well, we're going to give as much space as we possibly can. So we may find different meeting spaces and locations that they're using and things of that nature. But in terms of meetings and the typical operations that are taking place within a school day, yes.
Within the guidelines of Cal OSHA. Because we're a work setting, and Cal OSHA is going to set the set of guidelines that we use in our employees. So again, to be able to give the absolute answers of what it's all going to look like, we're going to, as closely as possible, follow the guidelines that are in front of us, but we have to balance being Californians, running schools, and being employers. And all of those are going to have to come together, and we're going to have to work within all of those regulations. If we don't do that, then we'll get a visit from Cal OSHA, and we'll be dealing with fines and penalties as a result of that. So we have to take all of that into consideration in the work we're doing.
Right, and at least we recognize the fact that every adult in this school district has had the opportunity to become vaccinated, which again begs the question, how long and I understand, I mean, I'm not stupid. I understand
know you
that we're relying on data from and decisions from other people. But again, people have had the opportunity. And so how long do the rest of us have to be penalized?
Understood.
And then the last thing, and it's been brought up here at the table, it's been brought up by parents. Transportation is an impact on so many people, and that is information that's got to get out as quickly as we can get it out.
No question. And Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Pierce and the transportation team are doing everything humanly possible. And we will get that information out. And as we always do, we will be providing transportation to those in particular, meeting all the requirements for their special education students. And there's a great deal of work taking place. Rob, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to add at all.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Fortuna, I really appreciate the questions and the public comment that's received tonight and all the emails and phone calls. And, I just want to share that for the parents, we understand their anxiety. We know everybody wants answers and they want to know what's going to happen. Nobody wants that more than us. I can tell you that the folks at transportation answering the phone call me every day or email me every day to say, hey, are we back? And it boils down to social distancing on buses. So to put this in perspective for the board, for the community, we are projecting next year 115 special education routes. In 1920, so pre-COVID, we had 105 special education routes. In 1920, we had 40 general ed routes. So even through this, we were able to provide all of the mandated special education routes. For 21, 22, we're anticipating 39 general ed routes, and again, 115 special education routes. It is our expectation, or should I say hope, that social distancing on buses, just like classrooms, will go away, which will allow us to load our buses at full capacity and then get transportation just as closely back to normal as our classrooms. So nobody wants that more than us. And we look forward to getting that firm answer so that we can get that information out as soon as possible. I hope that helps.
Yep. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
Just while you're on transportation, somebody in public comment mentioned not being able to get an answer, a live human in the transportation office, knowing something about even what the pre-COVID situation was like. Can you talk a little bit about why that may have been the case? Because I suspect I know what it is, and I want to be really clear. We expect people to answer the phones, and I think we should find a way around that if there's no one able to answer. But could you just describe what how that office operates even in pre-pandemic times?
Yeah, so really the daily grind is we have just enough licensed drivers that have routes as we do routes. And so oftentimes what happens when people are out ill or out on leave, everybody in the office who is also a licensed driver, even though they're technically in another duty, they're actually on a bus driving a route to get students to school in the absence of drivers. So, it's not an excuse, it's just a reality of the hectic nature in transportation, and everybody just striving. And if it requires them getting behind the wheel, they do so. Yeah, it's been a busy year for them for sure.
And that's caused by the nationwide shortage of qualified school bus drivers, correct?
Yeah, and it'll be another issue that we will certainly discuss, but we're starting from behind with our current projected routes in that we're down drivers. And so talking to Mr. Singh, we have some ideas, and Mr. Sanchez on recruitment and endeavors to get people licensed and behind the wheel. But it's not just an Elk Grove problem, it's a statewide problem and a nationwide problem, to be sure.
Thank you.
And we have a recruitment fair on Thursday for our classified employees, including bus drivers.
Yeah, Mr. Sanchez will be giving an orientation to any and all people that want to become bus drivers. It's a critically important position. We are one of two now, but we were the first district. We will hire you and pay you for all of the training that it takes to become certified behind the wheel. And you can get a full-time job right now if that's what you're interested in doing. And we would beg and plead of you to come join our fleet.
Does that carry a requirement to work a certain period of time?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part of your
Does
question.
it require a commitment to work for EGUSD for a certain period of time?
As of now, I think what you're alluding to is if you go through that program and you get your certification, right now, we are not requiring that because we need people that bad.
Okay, are we finished, Mr. Fortuna?
Yes.
Mr. Yang?
Thank you, Mark, for the presentation. One of the most important question that I had actually was about transportation. And so thanks to Mr. Faceta for asking that question. I just want to ask a clarification regarding that. So student in the bus, is that considering indoor requirement? Require as an indoor as far as face mask go?
So it is, but specific to the guidelines, there's obviously the criteria is specific to a bus, given the bus conditions, but it is considered very similar to an indoor.
It's actually been more restrictive. because
Exactly.
We've had to actually do diagonal seating on the buses for the current year. So masking requirement plus a distancing requirement on top of that. So it's been very challenging in the current setup.
Okay, thanks. On page 5, on the last bullet, continue requiring face covering for all staff and students. And below that, fully vaccinated individuals do not need to wear a face mask covering on quarantine. How do we track our student and staff, whether they're vaccinated or not?
Well, and now that's the challenge because we don't.
So how do we just announce and hope that people comply?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want clarification.
And let me just look to make sure that is the case. I'm just checking with the expert.
One piece we can
the
be
back.
sure is that no child at an elementary school, less than the age of 12 could possibly be vaccinated at this point. So at our elementary schools, that will be a much easier piece to coordinate.
Okay. Thank you. On page 3, on the bullet point, start and end times and bell schedule will be posted soon. Are we expecting dramatic change or
No.
not?
No, what our parents should, what everyone should anticipate is bell schedules and start and end times. I'm looking at Mindy and Craig, how much adjustment? I'm thinking virtually none. And that's confirming it. So the start and end times that folks were familiar with are going to remain and bell schedules remain the same. There's no significant, for example, none of our schools, our high schools, for example, we didn't have a traditionally scheduled school convert to a block school. It's literally the same as it was pre-pandemic.
Okay. And lastly, I just want to make a comment that since the pandemic till now has generated a tremendous distress across the board, especially our students. And my feedback from various of students is that they love the fact that summer school feels like camp and really welcoming and fun. And I think that is so great to hear. They actually like going to school. And I think that creates such a perfect environment as far as going back to school and getting their foot wet again of going back to school again. So I just want to say thank you to the whole staff. I appreciate that. So thank you. That's all I have.
I appreciate very much hearing that. It confirms what we're hearing from the field and from families and staff as well. So thank you, sir.
Okay, I just had one clarification. I just wanted to make sure, I have been asked about, my kid liked what we did last year, concurrent, distance learning concurrent, and I just want to make it clear for the public that that was only possible through legislation, and the legislation's expiring, and that's no longer an option for us. So that's why you have two options. So it's not that we've chosen not to do it or not listen to you. That is what is possible for us to do. And we will let the families know when they need to make an independent study versus normal date. How are we asking for that information?
Well, currently, families who are interested in that would be reaching out. We don't necessarily have a plan currently to do what we've done previously, which is we did it in the past to get a sense of where we were, the number of families, and that's where we were at about 91 to 9%. That was actually coming back 4 days a week. And so we don't currently have a plan that what we're going to do is do a mass appeal again to say, make a selection, because now that we know that these are our options, we want to make sure that our families are aware that these are the options. And should you want, and you're currently not aligned to one of the independent study options, this is what you need to do to make sure that you are aligned to that option.
So we are doing the Friday newsletter and putting it in things like that.
Exactly.
Okay.
And yes, but we'll make sure, and this was part of that process, was the beginning process was as the information has shifted so rapidly and continues to shift rapidly, there can be I don't want to say a danger, but the number of times that we've put the survey out and asked for the preference, we noticed a significant drop off the last time that we did it. And I understand from the parents, they could be thinking, I've done this 2 or 3 times before. But we will make sure that the information is available to all of our families so that they do understand if that's an option that they currently are not aligned with, that they know exactly what they need to do so.
And we would encourage families to really meet with their site, their home school, and have the conversation. As part of the presentation, there's multiple goals in this presentation. One is to make sure people know we're going to be open. So that's it's done. We're moving forward in that direction. But we also want those folks that are feeling hesitant to be more confident. And that's why the summer programming that we're doing now that Mr. Yang just spoke to, that kids are having the opportunity to re-engage with school and see, for parents to see, safety protocols are still in place. They're still safe, and they're very, very safe places for our kids. And if we make the decision, the family makes the decision that one of the other options is the right option, it should be a full discussion, with the existing school to make sure that that's not the right place. Because I think for the overwhelming majority of our families, their home school is the right place for them.
That sounds great. Thank you for your.
Yeah.
Oh.
One point on that, because I don't recall hearing it with respect to the parent choice. If they opt for independent study, they're opting for it for the entire school year, correct?
Yes. I mean, wasn't sure. I don't know if you were directing that to the superintendent or if you were directing that to me. Yes, it's not as we were looking at it before, where we were starting to phase in coming back to school and allowing that that level. That is not. And that's why it's so important to go back to the really important point that Superintendent Hoffman made, which is all of our families, and I said it earlier, the best point of contact that you can make is with your home school, your school of residence, principal, and begin with the office, because they can best provide you, because I think it's critical that they do fully understand what is being planned at the school site so that they ultimately can make the best decision. Because independent study is a very viable option for some students, but it is not what folks experienced before. And as Mr. Superintendent Hoffman indicated, and I completely concur, the best place for our kids, for the vast majority of our kids is coming to our schools Monday through Friday.
Yeah, and I also encourage you, if you have that question, go see your school and go see your school while summer school's in. It's a great way to get a feeling of how it looks.
Yes, ma'am.
It's an exciting place to be right now. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break and we will be back as soon as we can get a cup of tea.
Forgot, I so dropped the ball.
We're going to go on with our first hearing regarding proposed composition of by trustee area maps presented by Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. As the board well knows, the board is currently elected using a hybrid version of the at-large election system, whereby board members are elected by voters of the entire district, but most must reside in a defined trustee area. On May 4th, 2021, the board adopted resolution number 67, redeclaring its intent to transition from the hybrid election system to the by trustee area election system. As we know, this change is consistent with the California Voters' Rights Act. Pursuant to education or election code, excuse me, the board has held 2 public hearings on May 4th and May 18th to gather input on the trustee area map creation process. On June 8th, 2021, the district published 3 proposed trustee area maps on the district's website for consideration by the board and community. The availability and location of those maps was also published in the Sacramento Bee and the Elk Grove Citizen. Tonight, the proposed area maps will be presented to the board. Following the presentation, the board will hold the first of 2 statutory required public hearings to receive comment on the proposed trustee area maps, again pursuant to elections code. It's important to note that tonight the board will not be taking action, nor will they be taking action on July 20th. It is anticipated that the board will act on a map at your August 10th board meeting. And with that, I have Shalice Tilton again with us tonight from NDC, as well as Michael Smith, our attorney on this matter from Lozano Smith. And with that, I hope they can hear me, and I will turn it over to Ms. Tilton, and I will run the presentation from our end.
Thank you, Board President Albiani and trustees and Superintendent Hoffman. It's my pleasure to be here for your 3rd public hearing in your process to transition from a hybrid system to a by-district election system. Next slide, please. The law requires that any jurisdiction that is switching its election system go through 4 hearings before final adoption of the new election system and an accompanying map. We've already held 2 pre-draft map public hearings on those were held on May 4th and May 18th. Tonight, we're holding the first post-draft map hearing where the board and the public will have an opportunity to deliberate on the map to be adopted once you adopt the resolution to transition to the by-district election system. Our next meeting will be on July 20th. That will be a 2nd hearing to review the draft maps, and then with final adoption on August 10th. What is unique to this process is that we will, after the census data is released, and we should have the data that we need from the state of California in early October, we will need to revisit the map, and the map will need to be redrawn to reflect the 2020 census numbers. Presently, the map that the district currently has is based on the 2010 population numbers. What's unique about this process is the map that we'll be adopting in August is also going to be based on that same set of 2010 total population numbers. So we'll go to the next slide, please. When we're going through districting, there are 2 sets of laws that we need to follow, the federal laws, and then there are state laws that we have to follow. I mentioned the state laws, that requires the 4 hearings before adoption. When we're drawing the maps, we need to make sure we have equal population based on the census data. We also need to make sure that lines follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, meaning we can't draw lines in a manner that would dilute the voting power of our protected class citizens and non-citizens, protected class communities, actually. And there can be no racial gerrymandering, meaning that lines cannot be drawn with race being the predominant or the only factor in drawing those lines. We need to consider other factors. And that brings us to the right side of the screen. So when we're looking to draw maps, we look at communities of interest, compactness, contiguousness, natural and man-made boundaries. And where possible, we look to respect the voters' wishes and avoid pairing incumbents if it's possible to do that, and then plan future growth. What is notable is that this is the same set of criteria that was used when the map was adopted after the 2010 census, because again, we're using equal population for this process based on the 2010 census. Let's go to our next slide, please. What you're seeing here is a demographic summary of the entire city. And when we draw the map, each of the 7 districts must have about 4,856 residents. That's based on the population in 2010, which was 313,989. Obviously, there's been much growth in the district, and we estimate that the population is going to be closer to 355,000 once those 2020 population numbers come out, and that we'll have them available in October. Some other interesting information that's shown on the screen here shows the overall citizen voting age population for the entire district boundaries. This category is important because when we're looking at the voting strength of each particularly drawn trustee area, where the courts typically look at the citizen voting age population to see how good of a job the boundaries have been drawn to make sure that a protected class group voting power has not been diluted by the way the lines have been drawn. Go to the next slide. This is a map of how the map is currently drawn, the current trustee areas, and it gives just that same information broken down by each of the 7 districts. The next slide gives some more socioeconomic information by each trustee area. Some of the information that's shown, because I know that it's small on your screen, for example, is language fluency, the percentage of households that speak English less than very well. That will sometimes help to define a community. Education level, number of the children in the household, household income, housing status, whether families are renting or owning in a particular area. We show these by percentages by district, so you can see each of the districts is different, and that helps us to show if we've done a good job at drawing maps that keep like-minded communities together. The next slide, to help us in knowing where these communities reside, we have color-coded maps. And what you're seeing right here is a color-coded map showing the Latino citizen voting age population. The colors that are in the pinks, the yellows, and the greens show the highest concentrated areas of the district. And we see some concentration of the Latinx community in the Sacramento area. Next slide, please. The next slide is showing us the concentrated areas of our Asian American citizen voting age population. And we see some concentrations in Southern Elk Grove and also just east of Sacramento. The next slide. This slide shows our concentrated areas of our Black citizen voting age population communities. And we see small geographic concentration in Sacramento. The next slide, and this slide really tells the story of the school district, because you're seeing, this is a depiction of the non-white citizen voting age population. So you'll see the pinks, the yellows, and the greens, but they're spread out all throughout the district boundaries. So you don't always see this when you're looking at jurisdictions map. You would see maybe 1 or 2 areas that have a lot of pinks and yellow and greens, but you don't typically see it spread throughout the district so evenly. So that really tells us that there's, of all of your protected class groups combined, they're spread out throughout the district. If you want to know what the white population is, this is the same map you would look at. You would look at the purples and the blues. That shows where the white population resides on this map. The next slide. We talked about drawing maps that consider communities of interest. So when the maps were drawn back in 2011, and when we're evaluating the maps today, we're looking at these maps to see if they do a good job at keeping neighborhoods together and respecting the geographic boundaries of neighborhoods. So as you recall, during the first two public hearings, these were some of the questions that were posed. What defines a community of interest? School attendance areas, natural dividing lines, areas around parks, common issues, common political concerns, and shared demographics such as income levels, education levels, and language spoken in particular areas. So today we're going to be presenting, and go to the next slide. Oh, thanks, you're there. 3 draft maps. And what we did is we took the existing trustee area and we ran the demographic summaries for the existing trustee area using the updated or the most recent American Community Survey that covers a 5-year period from 2015 to 2019. That particular information shows us where our citizen voting age population by ethnicity and race reside. We also looked at socioeconomic data, such as just was mentioned. So we looked at the existing trustee area, and then we realized, okay, that the existing trustee area does a good job at keeping intact those communities. But is it possible maybe to redraw the existing map to look like what the new map, once the 2020 numbers come out, we're going to have to revise these boundaries because we've had tremendous growth, particularly in trustee areas 6 and 7. So as your demographers, we decided to provide 2 alternatives just as to see if we could get close to looking what a 2020 map would do. And the way that we do that is by actually taking those 2 areas that we know have tremendous growth, and we underpopulate them. So we take the 2010 numbers and we underpopulate 6 and 7. So we're going to make actually the physical footprint of 6 and 7 smaller, and to see if we could get close to what a 2020 map would look like. So that in some cases you can get very close, and as you'll see in the case of Elk Grove Unified School District, we can't get close. There's been too much growth, but I do want to walk you through that. Next slide, please. This is your existing trustee areas, and I put a snapshot of that citizen voting age population. That's an important category to look at. And what is notable for the existing map, and this was not the case in 2011, but in each of the 5 districts, white is a minority. So when you do that, we have majority, minority, majority of our protected class groups, when you combine them, is greater than the white communities in each of the 7 trustee areas. So we have majority and minority percentages in each of the 7 trustee areas. And that will be the case with all 3 maps that I'm showing today. Next slide, please. This is alternative 1, and you can see how we try to reduce the footprint of 7 because we know there's a higher concentration of population in 7. You can see those areas where the arrows are pointing is where we took some areas out of 7, gave them to 6, and then gave them to 5, and likewise in area 6, we gave some areas to 6. You can see the dark lines are the existing boundary, and the colors are where the alternative 1 map would be. But even with making these adjustments, we are limited in how much we can underpopulate districts 6 and 7. We still have to maintain no greater than 10% deviation between the least populated and the greatest populated. So while it was a good effort to try to come up with a map that would be close to what we're going to need to adopt in 2020, we are nowhere close to being where we're going to need. Likewise, with alternative 2, just is a different way of reducing the footprints of 6 and 7. You can see in area 6, we gave the territory that is west of the railroad tracks to area 4. And then for area 7, we gave some area that is east of those railroad tracks over to area 5. But again, we don't come even close to what our 2020 map is going to need to look like. The next slide, please. This is a comparison of the total population and the citizen voting age population. And you can see that the percentages of citizen voting population in each of the districts for each of the 3 maps is nearly identical. So none of the map stands out as having a higher concentration of any single protected class group higher than what the existing map has. And the last slide. So at this point, it would be prudent for the board and the public to discuss which map they prefer, what map fits the community the best, and if there's any requests for revisions for a new map. Typically, what we hear out from these hearings is perhaps the board, if there's a particular map that they think they want to move forward with, they would identify a focus map or one or two focus maps so that going forward, the community could focus on the same map that the board is considering. And that concludes my PowerPoint presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam President, if I may, one of the things that I've shared with the team with NDC and Mike Smith at Lozano Smith and certainly Superintendent Hoffman, it's always a struggle for staff when we bring issues to you and we don't have a recommendation because we feel like it's our job to make a recommendation to you, right? It's what we're part of our responsibility. In this area, it's not appropriate, right? When it comes to your trustee maps and your election system, it's not an area where we're at liberty to make recommendations. And again, tonight's just a public hearing to gather input. Just to summarize some of what Ms. Tilton was putting in front of you, one of the thoughts going into this, knowing that we have to adopt maps to change your election system and that the 2020 census data is delayed, wouldn't it be nice if you could make changes now that lead you closer to that path, to that ultimate change you'll have to make with the 2020 census data, knowing that 6 and 7 are so much larger than the others. What she presented to you tonight is, in order to stay within the standard deviation requirements of the law, those changes would have to be so subtle relative to the growth in 6 and 7 that you would be doing it, you would likely undo it all, right? When that 2020 data comes forward for decision. So I offer that not as a recommendation, but a consideration, knowing that all 3 maps that are in front of you are available and at your discretion ultimately on August 10th.
Can you explain that last point again? I don't think I fully understood it.
So I'll just bring up an example here. Let's just say alternative 2. Let's say in alternative 2, the board said, well, we're taking a step to balancing out all 7 trustee areas by giving trustee area 5, what I'll just call that Dillard Road sector near Dillard Elementary from trustee area 7. And we're going to give that I-5 corridor of trustee area 6 to trustee area 4 to try to balance the growth in 6 and 7. When you look at the graph and you go to the 2020, what we suspect to be the 2020 census data, you will see that 7 and 6 are still much, much larger than the other areas. And it doesn't get you even close to that standard deviation that you're going to need to be at in 2020. So not pretending to be a board member, because I'm not, and I wouldn't choose to be, so thank you for that. You might make a change like this only to when NDC is back before you in December, January, and February to make the ultimate decision on the 2020 data and have to undo what you did here. So you might end up deciding with all of that in consideration, maybe that's the change area and not that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
I was using a pointer here, Shalice, that you couldn't see from your end, so sorry for that.
I have a, okay. You're finished?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Questions or comments? Ms. Charis Espinoza, you were first and you had your first question. Do you have any further?
I do. Let's start with comments and right on the alternative 2 that we were on.
Closer to your mic, please.
Oh, okay, I hit my knee, so that's as close as I can get. So alternative 1 and alternative 2, you know, obviously 2 things. I wouldn't want to lose any territory, you know, particularly any schools, things like that. But, you know, clearly the data says area 6 and area 7 have had the most population growth. So I anticipated that. So first on alternative 1, that territory that would go from area 6 to area 5, is anyone able to tell me which, if any, school sites are in that area?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but we do have an interactive map that we could pull up
Okay.
and we could see.
Yeah, if someone
Um,
could get back to me, I'd appreciate that.
You want to do that right now? We can do that.
Maybe if they could get back to me later at the end of this
Sure,
item, or
okay.
if
Can
that were
someone be
possible.
doing it while we keep going through the questions and maybe get back to it?
We can do that.
That would be fantastic.
I do have a listing of what schools would be affected by alternative number 2. And there are very few schools. So for both alternative number 2 and alternative number 1, Charles Mack Elementary School would be in trustee area 3.
Okay.
And then the only other change for alternative number 2 is in trustee area 7, and Dillard Elementary would be in trustee area 5.
Okay.
So I will get this out to the board via email tomorrow. But what you see here, Ms. Charis Espinoza, any changes to schools are in brackets. So you can see for trustee area 6, there's no brackets.
Oh.
So there, with either alternative, there wouldn't be the physical location of a school changing trustee areas.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you. That's very helpful. So regarding the alternative 2 map, I am concerned with that little corner at the northwest corner that would be transferred. It's a heavily populated area, but beyond that, I mean, I don't have concern with the fact that it's heavily populated. I know that's why it was selected. But this particular area is kind of a neighborhood hub. It pulls together kind of all the way down to Whitelock, if not further south, and all the way to Bruceville. All of those residents kind of tend to congregate at that shopping center that's at that intersection of Elk Grove and Franklin. It's a wonderfully planned area. There are lots of trails. So it's that shopping center is kind of the hub, the destination point for cyclists, walkers, joggers, people on strollers. There's some nice seating areas by the Jamba Juice and the Starbucks. So it's kind of it's the community hub, and it just seems awkward to me to lop off that one piece, because while there is far less traffic going to that shopping center and those kind of community hubs from the other side, from the north and from the east, which is a vacant lot. So I just would have concerns about that. Again, my first instinct about losing that part of the I-5 corridor was I don't want to lose anything, but I like the idea of there being another school board area that also incorporates some of the rural parts of the district. I think there are some benefits to that. And those were my only thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez? Followed by Mr. Fortino.
I look at my board package. I didn't get the presentation. Did anybody else get a presentation? Today's presentation that we're looking at?
So the data and the
We
the
did.
maps and the data associated with the maps were sent to the board.
When? Where?
Oh, gosh, I'd have,
Well, I was looking at the agenda. They're not on the agenda.
they are posted on the agenda as
I
well.
don't have it right here.
They were
We
posted
can
with
have
the agenda.
tech come to you. That's how I saw 'em.
What we did for the sake of the conversation tonight, Mr. Perez, was took those same maps and the data and put them into a PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint's hot off the press, but it was just
Well,
for the
like I
conversation
said,
point.
I'm
but-
on the agenda. The only thing I have on agenda yesterday was all map, all one map, all two map, existing trustee areas. And I didn't get a copy of this presentation. So therefore, I don't think this is a valid meeting because I'm not sure if anybody else got the announcement prior to this meeting.
So everything that's attached,
No, I'm talking about tonight's presentation,
right?
the one we're looking at right now.
Those are those same ones you have right there. Did you open it?
This, if you look at your agenda, the only thing I have on my agenda is these three maps.
That's what we're discussing.
What?
That's what we're discussing
we're
tonight, Mr.
discussing.
Perez. What we
That's
took
right.
was the same presentation that we,
Presentation that was presented today, did not receive one.
because the data in the presentation that's relevant
Tonight's
to tonight.
presentation, I think everybody in this board should have a copy of that before the meeting. I did not receive one. I'm not, anybody else received the agenda? Mr. Forcino, no, it's not in his head.
So the,
So
Let him finish.
Mr. Perez,
You've
please
asked
let
the
me-
question.
let
about
me
the
finish.
subject matter of the,
So the power,
that's not very good.
Perez, you've asked the question. Let him answer it.
the power,
Telling you, I still got the
Answer
floor.
it.
Please let him answer the question you asked him, though.
the PowerPoint that we gave tonight
Yeah.
was for the sake of conversation, to
Right.
just stimulate the presentation. It's the same PowerPoint that we've been giving with
Same
the,
presentation, what?
it's the same PowerPoint that we've given now for 3 meetings in a row,
No, it isn't.
with the difference being the maps, the 3 alternative maps. 3 alternative maps are what are required to be publicly posted. That was done, and it was also included in tonight's agenda.
So why wasn't this presentation given to us in the agenda format and tonight's June 15th?
All of the relevant data required for tonight's hearing is the alternative maps, not the talking
Right.
points of the
Okay, I have
presentation.
those.
Yep.
Okay.
The rest is the same information they've given to us for the past 3 meetings to
Okay.
just catch up the public in case they had
Well, I
missed
didn't know
those.
that. So to me, somebody messed up. It should have been in our agenda. So I can see this again and be prepared. I thought tonight that we were just going to talk about these 3 maps.
That's all we're talking about.
Not this other
That's-
things coming up.
That's all
So
we're talking
anyway,
about.
I would like the data sets. Okay, if you get back to the number, the data sets, and are they in Excel format? The data by precincts. Within data sets within our trustee areas that's going to affect us, that you're moving around. I like to see those by each trustee area and how, for instance, get back to that one slide where it had trustee area 1, 2, and 3. Please,
You're talking about
not that.
this one?
There you go. when you look at this, for instance, we have the existing and all that database is here, based on 2010, correct?
Yep.
Data.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, what I would like to see, area alternate one, right?
Mhm.
And we have the data back here
Right.
on this. So those little spots or those geographical areas, for instance, in this one, in my particular area one, you have, I think, maybe 3 arrows that are going to affect this area one, trustee area one,
Yes.
correct? So in area one, now I think, according to this, you're going to take away Mac. Which Mac Elementary from my area, which is across the 99. I understand that. I always wonder why they had that. But it was all right in 2010. So, so anyway, how many, okay, what precincts are those and the number of people? We don't know that. There's no data sets. I don't know that. So I would like to see within existing trustee areas, all the data by precincts and the numbers of people. 20 of.
So these aren't divided
No,
necessarily by
listen
precinct?
to me. 2020 data sets in area one. The data sets, I requested 2020 voting registration data sets last meeting.
We don't,
Okay, so have I received it? Have you received it?
Mr. President, we've added 2020's total,
Okay.
we've added that based on your request at the first meeting.
Okay, that's in the back, right?
I believe it's on every piece of data, there's a 2020 category.
And those maps are 2-page documents. The specific population numbers and how that would change according to each proposal, alternative 1, alternative 2 are included.
Okay, that's on.
So if you look at the existing trustee area number 1,
I'm looking at the back.
43,951, and you asked alternative 1 is now 43,647. And then on alternative 2, it would be 43,000. If I need my reading glasses, 778.
Okay.
So the
yeah.
differences are shown.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so what I would like to see in that map area, the precincts and the numbers in 2010 and 2020, the difference, those numbers. And then over here on the other set, on the right-hand side, I guess we're gonna go across the, what is that about? Oh, that's the railroad. So you're gonna go across the railroad tracks and give me another area across, yeah, the railroad tracks there. And also, is that also below Calvine, or is that other pink area, the proposed area that you're gonna give me?
So, Mr. President, we did provide the board on Friday a link to the interactive maps where you can
Right.
zoom in to the home level, the individual street level. It's hard on a PDF for me to look at that and tell you what street that is, but
Right.
it is available on the interactive maps that have been provided.
Well, first of all, I don't like number 1 or 2. No, I don't like the number 1 because you're going across a major landmark, which is the railroad. And none of those people are presently in my area 1. And then below that, I guess you give me a little bit of area 7. And I was wondering, yes, you give me like a little bit of area 7, a little block there. How far down does that go? Does it go all the way? It's not very clear on the maps. So
Mr.
anyway, I was wondering, so what you take away from MAC, what's those numbers? And what do you give me in those other pink zones within area 7?
Mr. Perez?
What's the numbers, the counts? See, there's no counts that I know of when looking at this. What you're taking away from my area 1 and what you're giving me from area 7 and the precinct data sets. You know, very similar to what you give me on this in
Would
area
you be
1.
willing to meet with Mr. Pierce to get your specific, I mean, you have some very specific questions and he could meet with you in his office and zoom in and help you see those more clearly?
No, but this is, I think, a concern that you should be concerned about and other board members should be concerned about, because that would affect your boundaries. And why, if you've been working in this area 10 years, and now all of a sudden in 2020, you want to take it away and give me an elementary that's in area 7, I don't think that's right. So that's what I'm speaking of. And so the data sets is very important to me.
I'm not saying it's
Process,
not right.
everybody who sits on commissions are given data sets. I haven't received any data sets of my area as of today, of my precinct. And if I want those precinct database, I should get them.
I don't believe we provide precinct information, do we?
Should be here at all levels, and precinct data sets should be available to every board member on this board.
I think precincts have to do with voting and something different, and we're drawing lines.
Yes.
Correct?
The lines are drawn around precincts,
We're having a conversation, we're not yelling.
right? So,
Mr. President, and Shalice, please correct me if I'm wrong. The lines are being drawn with all the considerations that were outlined in the last 3 meetings,
correct.
not with regard to precinct. Precincts might change because of the lines that we draw. So
Correct.
we're referencing 2010 data,
Right.
and there is 2020 data. So I just have to respectfully disagree that the data, the changes in your trustee area,
Right.
the numbers are there. We have provided those.
So, here's another issue. I like to see the total numbers that are taken away in the MAC area, which you give to area 3. You're taking away MAC elementary, you give it to area 3, correct? So I like to know the numbers. And then, and it looks like in area 2, within these geographical areas, or alternative map number 1 and 2, that particular trustee area has not changed. Is that correct?
That might end up coming to pass.
Okay, and then in these 3 pictures. So here's a question I have. When I looked at this in 2012, the district law, 2010, back in then, I always wondered why in area 2, when you have a natural boundary such as Calvine Road, the particular railroad, right on the top right-hand corner, there's a community, which is blue for this geographical area. It's on the north side of Calvine. It has 1 or 2 acre ranchettes. It has a private community back there. It's a dead end street. But I always was wondering, why wasn't that always considered? Why wasn't that considered an area 1 at that time versus going across the 99 in the Mac Elementary area for Area 1. So what, okay, so
I
therefore,
can't answer
Yes,
why
so
that decision was
can
made in
she answer that?
2011. No, she can't answer that
why
either.
not? She was here.
She wasn't the demographer then.
Oh, can she find that out?
We
for us?
could research that. If we
And I would
think
like
it's,
to find out the numbers.
if it's beneficial to the board and the board would like staff to spend its time determining why the board in 2011 made that decision, we could do that.
What? You mean the whole
Staff
board
works
has
at
to
the
decide-
direction of the board.
So we have to make a vote on that?
We need
Yes.
direction from the board.
Yeah, it would take a
Direction.
majority of the board.
If we get direction from 7 individuals, the job becomes impossible. So we need direction from the board as a whole.
As a whole, if I made a request, the whole board has to make a vote on it because you know, the time issue and the work and conditions? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
Correct.
Yes.
It would take a fair amount of forensics to try to go back and dissect why that portion of trustee area 2,
Well,
other than
if
for me,
that-
Mr. Pres, the obvious answer is it was done to balance the trustee areas.
Right, I know that.
That's typically the answer is,
I've been working on redistricting since 40 years ago. Started in LA using the GIS mapping software and all these parameters, the civil rights cases, we protested this and that because of gerrymandering. And the same thing here. And you're obligated to give me that data, not as a board decision. If I was a citizen from the community and I requested that, and represented a community-based organization, you think that you should give me that?
We'd be required to provide
You
you
would be
information
required to.
that already existed that we
What?
had. We're required through the Public Records Act to provide information that we already have access to, that we have.
Right.
We don't create
Well,
documents.
you have the ability to get 2010 data sets. You have the ability to get 2020 voter outcome data sets from the Sacramento County Voter Registration Office.
If you
And that-
want that information, then it should come from the Sacramento County Registrar's Office.
No, I'm asking as a board, that's your job, that's that
Please stop,
contractor's job.
please
to
stop raising your
provide
voice at Mr. Pierce.
To me and this board.
We work at the discretion of and the direction of the board, not individual.
Would like to make a
members.
motion, go ahead.
Okay, then this board could almost gerrymander, could very well gerrymander this whole thing. So
Mr. Perez,
why
we are
participate?
following every letter of the law. If you would like to go into this further with him to see a number that's like on a page you can't find to get your information, please make a meeting with Mr. Pierce.
No, I'm making a public request right here on TV.
Then make a motion
for
and we'll
the
vote.
whole community could see the fact that transparency. and
Transparency is very transparent,
Right.
sir.
Right.
I respectfully disagree.
So-
If you'd
so
like to make
I
a
would
motion,
like
make a
to
motion.
have, like I requested, the data sets of that little block that I mentioned, north of Calvine, that's in area 2. And the numbers that these ping zones within area 7.
What
Yeah,
was the
that
second,
would
what was the second
be-
part of that?
What?
What was the second part of your
For
request?
Turner 1, I requested, you're taking away the MAC area, which is across the 99, correct? On,
Taking away the map area.
look.
You just
on
want to
alter-
know
on-
how many
on
you're losing and how
alternate
many you're
one
gaining?
map, Right?
Mr. Perez, can you look at me so I can try to understand?
I think
Would
I,
you,
You understand?
well, in this scenario, Mr. President, nothing's being taken away from area 1 and given to area 7. It's the opposite of that.
Well, you know what I just realized? I can't believe. When you look at this map that you gave us, you're looking at a different map. Area 1, you're taking away. Okay, you're taking away this area right here. Right there, right? See it?
Yeah, but you
said with
regard to 7.
Okay, right. Okay, that's the one. Okay, one you're taking away. Then on the other right-hand side, east of the railroad, you're giving me 2 geographical areas. And I would like to have the number of voters, parcels, so those represent, and the data sets of those voting block of those precincts.
I'm with you right up until you say precinct.
Right.
What I can get you are the
Would
numbers.
you have?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We can get you the numbers of the 2010 total population in each of those areas that you've mentioned, as well as the 2020 total population estimate.
What's the number? What's our
Elise,
consultant?
Ms. Tilton.
What?
Ms. Tilton,
Ms. Tilton, can you provide that information?
Yes, we can. And just for clarification, so the boundaries are drawn based on census blocks. So we
That-
can provide the population in each of the census blocks. And I think what may resolve your issue is we could add a layer to the interactive map where you could zoom in exactly on that portion that you're looking at. And you can see the population in each of the census blocks. So I will see about adding that layer to the interactive map. So you could zoom in on any area of any map and zoom very closely into the census block and see the number of people as of 2010 that was resided in that block section.
So when the census block, what's your next smaller measurements? Precinct?
That census block is the smallest measurement.
Hold
We
on.
don't,
Let me ask-
oh, go ahead.
So where do you get your figures for data, for the number of voters in?
We don't draw maps based on the number of voters. It's based on the number of people, total population.
The number of people within that
When we're-
census block?
When we're drawing the boundaries, it's based on the total population, total number of people, and we use it at the block group level
Okay, but there is a
from the
way,
census block level.
and are you using ESRI, ArcView 0.87 or 10, I mean 10 something?
The ESRI interactive map viewer is available, and
Yes.
yes,
You-
and that's what,
Can you do an overlay of the precincts?
Not precincts.
yeah, I don't
file,
know that we
shape
have,
file.
yeah, that we have the precinct overlay. We do have the census block
Well,
that
that-
have the population counts, and that sounds to me like what you were looking for. You wanted to know the number of population that was in that particular area that was moved to a different district in this depiction of the map.
So that
Ms.
would be
Alter.
helpful for all board members here. You have your shape file by those census tracts, and right, then that's one shape file that you're gonna use, and then another shape file with the precincts. So therefore, these board members, my fellow board members, could see how their particular districts, trustee areas have been affected by each particular map.
We do,
And-
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, wouldn't that be very helpful? Because, you know,
And yes, that information is provided on the second page of each map.
right,
It shows you what the new population is going to be for that map. So if you look at the existing district for district number 1, it shows you, if you look under the number 1 column for total population, it shows you it's 43,951. Now, when you look at alternative 1, there's a new population number listed under that column. And
Hold on.
that
were you referring to a 2 map and 1? Okay.
So with each of the three maps, there's also a demographic summary.
Okay. So,
And the very first line of each of the maps shows you what the population is for what's depicted on that map. So what's showing on the screen now is alternative number 1.
right,
And that's showing you that the 2010 population is 45,647.
correct.
Now, if you go to the existing map and look at that demographic summary under what your existing district is, it's a different number. It's 43,951. So that shows you what the difference between those two maps are.
Now, hold on, you lost me on that one. I don't see were you 43 what?
It's, I'm looking at the demographic summary that's entitled Elk Grove Unified Existing Districts. And I'm looking on the column that's labeled number 1.
Yeah, I was looking at 2.
So I just wanted the public to know that this is available on the website as well. So people can look at all of the breakdowns for each of the trustee areas for each of the 3 maps.
Okay. So, yeah, that's what I'm requesting. Also, I went to the Department of Finance demographical unit, and we've been getting told or informed that this geographical area and within California, Elk Grove Unified School District, or we could say Elk Grove City, has not grown. But my data sets from Department of Finance says Elk Grove has grown. We have not lost hardly anybody. When we grew up, I mean, we grew probably 1.7%. Do you agree with that?
We won't know those final numbers until we get the federal census numbers, which are different numbers that the Department of Finance uses. But you're correct, we are estimating that there will be growth within the district.
Right, and they have been very almost exact with the federal, according to the Department of Finance demographic unit.
Okay, can we do these maps? You've taken a long time, so let's stay on task.
Is that so?
She's saying it's growing. What's your question?
Well,
I can tell you that we will not know the final numbers until after we get the federal census numbers to the state, and then California adjusts those numbers to reassign state prisoners to their home addresses. And that will be in October. We've provided an estimate of what we think the district will be, but we won't know until October.
correct. But right now, if you use the Department of Finance state population data sets,
Mr. President, we're not using those.
I'm just having a conversation with you.
Okay, I know, but you've already taken 15 minutes and we've all been very patient till we could get to this point. So can we talk about this, please? I still have 4 more people that need to speak.
So as a result of my data that I stated that the Elk Grove has grown 1.7, does that affect these maps?
Of course.
We have to use the 2010 census data.
2020.
We have to use the 2010 census data for these maps.
Right.
And then in October, after October, then we'll use the 2020 census data to adjust these maps so they're population balanced.
That's the frustrating part. I know, Mr. Perez, is that we're not able to use 2020 right now, but that will happen. We're just not there right now. And so that piece, when we get done with the absolute final maps, that's not this first process, the final maps, you will be able to use the 2020 data in getting that done.
Okay, but like I said, we need more data, numbers with how those proposed changes. And Alternate one is going across the guidelines as far as I'm concerned. And number two, huh? Let me ask you, alternate two, what's that data set in pink that I'm taking away from area 3?
We just talked about how to figure those out
We will provide that, Mr. Perez.
Yeah.
for each alternative. And you don't like number one. As a fellow board member, I've heard you're not in favor of number one. Okay, Mr. Fortuna.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Are we, yeah, my question is, are we going to have alternative map, or this is it, the three maps that are presented to us here?
There
We
will
could-
be more maps in 2020. So your choices tonight are, do you stay with the existing, is your focus map for tonight? Tonight, you don't need to make a decision. It'll be actually at your next meeting when you choose a map. And one of those choices would be, you keep the existing map until the 2020 numbers come out. Or you choose alternate one or alternative two. If you don't like any of those three choices tonight, you could direct another map be drawn. But even with another map that's drawn, we're not going to be close to what a map will look like in 2020. I mean, when we redo with the 2020 census numbers. So your choice is stay with existing, choose one of these, or choose alternate one, or choose alternate two, or direct even a fourth map. But just know that whatever map you choose is going to be redrawn after we receive the final numbers.
Okay, so it sounds like these are not final three. Am I correct?
They are the final three just for purposes of transitioning to a by-district system. You have to have a map with it. So you say, if you take your existing map and say, this is the map, we're going to transition to by-district systems, and then we're going to readjust the population as required by law when we have those new population numbers. So I don't want to call it a placeholder, but in essence, it is a placeholder map because there's actually going to be no elections happen with this map.
Right, that's the key. That's one I want to make sure is based on this initial decision. It's really to allow us to move to the new election system there, but no election will take place based on any of the maps that we choose in this process. The maps for the election of 2022, that will happen once we have the 2020 data, and that decision is the most important decision because that is going to be how the election, who votes for who within that in that election. But this process is really to get the new system in place.
Okay. And that, as far as the data goes, I understand that part. I just want to make sure that I understand my option or our options. Now that I understand it, I want to make some comments. So when I look at the populations and I look at the map, knowing the city, which I don't know a lot, but I have seen quite a bit. And the fact that area 6 and 7 has the largest population. And I've seen that there's a lot of new homes are being built in area 6. Area 7, maybe Carmike could put his 2 cents into it. I'm not sure about area 7 if they put a lot of new homes in there.
Significant.
Okay, so with that said, I know that area 1, 3, 2, those, let me see, I'm sorry, let me just take a look at it real quick here. Area 1, yeah, 2, 3, there's not a lot of land for new homes being built. What I'm trying to get to is that the population is not gonna grow that much in the next 10 years, right?
Correct.
So,
On a relative basis compared
right,
to 6 and 7.
so I like, I mean, each map has its benefits. So like map 2, I really like how area 4 stretched down there. I think, you know, that makes sense to me. And let me see here, map. Okay, no, I'm not, I'm on the wrong map. Let me see here. Yeah, map 2, I think I like it, but I think that instead of area 1 gets more area from area 3, it should take some from area 7 because area 7 has a lot more population. It makes sense if it dips into area 7 and not area 3. That would make more sense to me because we try to balance the population, right? So area 7 and area 6 has the most population. So that's kind of like my thought there. So if we move the area 1 to get some from area 7, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think area 5 may have potential of development as well. So, I mean, map 2 makes a lot of sense to me. It just needs a little adjustment. And I think that will balance it out. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Can I ask a quick question of Rob? Rob, what's happening right now?
Closer to your mic, please, Carmen.
Excuse me. What's happening right now and what would be the impact? Would be Waterman and Bond. In the last 2 days,
Mr. Perez, can
that
we not have
entire
side
area
conversations,
has
please?
been, you know,
Right.
prepared for housing.
I just drove through there on Sunday myself, so they're doing earthwork now. I frankly don't know if it's multifamily or single family,
It's
but I can get you
big
that.
area.
I can get you that answer.
Yeah. I was just wondering, you know,
My planning staff will know it that quick.
okay. I was curious about that in terms of impact. Again, to me, this is all moot right now.
Yep. And again, just to reiterate to the board, the objective here was to see if we could come up with an alternative that got you close to where you'll need to be with the 2020 census data. The objective was not met just because of the amount of growth that is in 6 and 7, which again, makes your current maps an acceptable decision for this process.
Dr. Martinez, I'm sorry, are you done, Mr. Yang?
Well, I get just one more comment, and I get that. I mean, as far as now and 2020 data, and then 10 more years, right?
Right.
So I think that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. And just consider that.
It's a good point. What will happen when the 2020 data comes, again, there's a legal requirement to have a certain percentage of deviation
Okay.
from one trustee area to the other, but we can charge Ms. Tilton and her team with where the growth's going to happen. So again, it's going to be 6 and 7. So they could underpopulate 6 and 7 within that legal required deviation, knowing that there'll be continued growth over the next 10 years. And we did that back in 2011.
Okay, as long as you include that in, I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's all I have.
Dr. Martinez-Solir?
No questions, just more comments. Just, I think for me, my clarity and understanding that some of this will be changing, will be brought back. So as you mentioned, I know we're trying to estimate here and give an idea, but realistically, we'll be revisiting this and making our decision again.
And again, nobody could have saw this coming. We had a clear goal of doing this in March. We didn't know the 2020 census data would be delayed due to COVID. So everybody had the best intentions. I think the most important part is you are making the change to your election system.
Okay, I think I have neglected to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Then I will close the public hearing and make my last comment. It is my understanding we could stick with the existing trustee areas to make this change. 2020 will come and we will need to have longer discussions about maps at that point. We are a nonpartisan board, so wanting to know population makes sense to me. And I am not concerned where my lines go because even when I am determined, I represent every single one of these areas. And so I feel we will make the decisions based on the law and that will be the right way to go. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. The next is a public hearing of the Elk Grove Unified School District's Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP as we often refer to it, and that is Mr. Shruti. Who chose the wrong time to leave the room.
Did he leave?
Okay, let's put the public hearing, the Elk Grove Charter Schools Local Controllability Plan on the table, please. Mr. Levine. You got bumped. We're letting Mr. Levine go.
Good evening. Can I take this off while I talk? Yeah. No? Can't hear me, right? Or I guess I should just leave it on, but okay. All right, thank you. Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. As you know, I'm Mark Levine, the principal of Elk Grove Charter School. And I am here this evening to request the board to open a public hearing in regard to the LCAP for the Elk Grove Charter School in regards to its expenditures and its proposed expenditures and actions for the next school year.
Thank you. I would like to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Then I will close the public hearing and announce that this item will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Anybody need to make a comment tonight at 9:09 on this item? Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Shruti will now do our public hearing of the Elk Grove Unified School District's Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, good evening, board members, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, and my apologies for stepping out right at the wrong time. Just a very brief, a few highlights before I respectfully request the board open a public hearing for the LCAP. Just to note that there has been a revision to the annual update because this LCAP includes information related and including the learning continuity and attendance plan, which also we refer to it as the LCP. We leave out the A just so that we don't confuse people with dual LCAPs. And it also includes some new expenditure tables. Just a reminder to the board and our community that we engaged the community in a full needs analysis. These were the 12 top priorities that emerged. And it was impossible for people, typically under a needs analysis process, it's what are we looking forward to? And what are the highest needs that we would have moving forward? It was impossible for people not to be focused, obviously, on the pandemic conditions and wanting to come back to school. And so certainly you see some of those areas that emerged under the unique conditions that we were in. This is just information that I provided previously regarding the level of stakeholder engagement. And this is somewhat of an abbreviated version of that, but it just shows the number of respondents that we had and that we did conduct a needs analysis process typically under a normal year and under normal conditions. The needs analysis is done in the fall, and I bring this information to the board soon after the winter break. And this year, everything was unique, including the timing, because this was done in a shorter window of time, early spring in April. Oop, excuse me. This is just noting that our minimum proportionality percentage, the MPP, which is a calculated minimum amount that determines our supplemental concentration amount. And that calculation for this year is just over $61 million, as it notes. And currently in our LCAP, we have 73, just slightly over 73 million in supplemental concentration funding. So we exceed the minimum amount. And just in terms of how do we determine what to do, we do use a standardized continuous improvement methodology that includes input, output, and output data analysis. So we can determine the current level of performance. We undergo gap and cause analyses. And then we ultimately design, develop, or we could purchase outside resources and supports. Success assurances, what those are is whatever we are going to do, we make sure before we implement that we've gone through typically a why, how, and a what, so that we ensure that we've engaged the appropriate people in the process so that things aren't happening to people, but with them. Communications, training if needed before we implement, and then we implement and evaluate. Before we implement, we have evaluation strategies mapped out. And how do we know how we're doing? This is just an indication of how we evaluate what we're doing. The Department of Research and Evaluation, we have methodologies that meet high quality research standards based on the American Institute for Research. We're very, very fortunate to have highly skilled research professionals who are employed within our district, who've designed statistically relevant and valid methodologies by which we do evaluate our programs. And this is just a list of some of the programs that we have evaluation methodologies in place for. Everything from English learners all the way to family and community engagement. And then our next steps following this is that we'll be coming on June 22nd to seek approval for our LCAP. So just wanted to provide a brief information before we do open up and request that a public hearing is opened up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and announce this item will be presented to the board for adoption on the June 22nd, 2021 board meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Was there, you know what, I did not give the board a chance. Did anybody need to say something? Thank you. I had an opportunity to go over this with Mr. Cerruti, and if you have time, it was a very beneficial meeting. I appreciate your time. Moving on, we are at the 2021-2022 adopted budget public hearing. Ms. Hayes.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I bring you the proposed 21-22 adopted budget. I'm actually very excited to present this tonight. It was a mad dash to get this budget put to bed, but it's a good one, I think, this time. So tonight, we're going to go over the components of the May revision, the local control funding formula, our estimated actuals, changes that I've made to the fund balance based on projections. We'll take a look at the unrestricted general fund multi-year projection. We'll discuss a couple other items that we have, not necessarily concerns, but we want to make sure that the board and the public are aware of what's happening at the state level. And then for the 21-22, we'll look at the restricted general fund and all of the other funds across the district. So looking at the components of the May revision, the governor has proposed a mega COLA of 5.07%. This is up from the original January proposal of 3.84%. And then for our categorical programs that are funded outside of the local control funding formula, It's proposed that they're going to receive the statutory COLA of 1.7%, with the exception of special education, which will receive the compounded COLA of 4.05%. And then that's when they don't apply COLAs at the same value, and our costs go up at a higher value, obviously that creates challenges with some of our categorical programs. And for us specifically, that does impact our revenue when it comes to the mandate block grant. It does impact ACES. It impacts a couple of other state programs. So we have to keep a close eye to make sure that we don't have to send contributions from the unrestricted general fund over to categorical. Then we have the rainy day fund budget. It's the stabilization account, or SBA. And the state actually withdrew monies out this year, and it was because of COVID-related items, which left at $8.3 billion in the account. Based on the May revised estimates, it's estimated that there needs to be another deposit made into the reserve of $4.6 billion. And once they do that, it's going to trigger districts to stay within the 10% cap on your reserves. And the cap on the reserves is more than just your unrestricted general fund. They look at restricted and unrestricted. And why that becomes important is because right now with all of the COVID relief funding, we could see a dramatic increase in our restricted side of the house with the fund balance. And that is part of the calculation of your 10% cap. Sorry about that. Looking at the LCFF and the funding factors, everybody across the state starts with the 2021 base grant ADA amount. We then apply COLA, and then we come up with a base grant amount per ADA. Then there's a grade span adjustment for K3 and for 9-12. K3 is specific to maintaining class sizes of 24:1. And for 9-12, the grade span adjustment is directly related to CTE programs. We then have an adjusted base rate, and then all districts get a supplemental amount based on their unduplicated pupil percentage. And then because we are a district above 55%, we get an additional 50% of the base applied to our unrestricted pupil percentage, or unduplicated, excuse me. So what does all of that mean? What it means is we're going to receive on an estimated amount of $10,113.90 times our projected ADA for 21-22, generating $615 million in LCFF funding, which is $29 million more than 2021 school year. Then looking at the changes that we've made since second interim, we have an increase in our estimated ending fund balance of 11.6 million. That includes a decrease in salaries and benefits due to school closures and the COVID relief funding we've had. So we've shifted some of our expenditures that wouldn't have normally been incurred in our unrestricted general fund over there, and that's generating an increase of 7.1 million. We had a decrease in our operating costs due to the same nature, and that's an increase of 14.5 million in our fund balance. However, we do have a project that the board took action on May 18th regarding an audiovisual project at all of our Title I schools. It's a shared project between supplemental concentration funding in the general fund and Title I funding. So looking back at where we were for the 2021 school year, we started with the adopted budget with a surplus of $5.1 million. Then at second interim, the fund balance has changed and we went to deficit spending $1 million. And that is done by design. The board had authorized at that point in time, 8.3 million in funding to cover carryover of programs that have not been fully executed by the end of last June. We also had a decrease of $2 million because we lost students at CBED, so we didn't need as much staffing as we had projected. And then we had another increase of 1.2 million in additional indirect. It's important to note that when we have changes in indirect, it's not because our overhead is more, it's because we have a fixed rate that we're allowed to charge to our categorical programs. And that money funds the operations side of the district, so purchasing, HR, payroll, my office. Then at second interim, you can see the deficit spending stayed relatively the same. And then our projection for year end has the components we just discussed on the previous slide, leaving us a 10.47 surplus with a projected fund balance of 80 or 101 million and undesignated of 83. And just to remind the board and the public, we are mandated to set aside 2% based on our ADA, and that's roughly 17 million you see there. Then for the 21-22 school year, we had the following changes since May revised. We have the new projection of our local control funding formula with the mega COLA now instated at 5.07%. We have an increase in our special education AB 602 funding model going from $625 per student to $650, which is a $25.31 increase. Our expenditure changes have an increase in CalSTRS. The rate we were previously using for projection was 15.92. It's now 16.92. That roughly represents about $7 million in increased costs. Then we had a decrease in our CalPERS employer contribution rate. What we were projecting 23%, it's down to 22.91. We have a significant increase in our unemployment insurance rate. We were projecting 0.05%. It's been increased up to 1.23%. That particular item is supposed to be based on experience. And so the reason we're seeing that big jump in the unemployment isn't directly related to unemployment, but is funding the fraud and other things that happened during COVID with the unemployment insurance. So we're anticipating that will go back down to something more reasonable, but right now for projections for 21-22, we are using the 1.23%. And then finally, the board approved on May 18th, ongoing and one-time funding priorities to the tune of $4 million. As part of the budget, we have to disclose to the public via a public hearing, which we're doing tonight, the results of Proposition 30, which was approved by the voters in 2012, temporarily raising certain tax rates to provide additional financial support to public schools. Then in 2016, Proposition 55 extended Prop 30 through school year 2030. The Prop 30/55 revenues are redirected from the district's LCFF and put into a unique account. So it's not additional monies for us, but it is a tracking mechanism to ensure that a certain percentage of our LCFF funds are spent on direct classroom expenses. And so for the 21-22 school year, we anticipate receiving 125 million off the LCFF and put into this account. We've accumulated salaries and benefits of teachers for grades TK through 6 in order to satisfy this mandate. Then looking at the 21-22 unrestricted general fund, we're projecting currently a surplus of 9.67 million, leaving us a projected ending fund balance of 110 million. Of that 110 million, we have our mandated 2% reserve. We have the reserve for the Title I audiovisual project. The reason that's a reserve is because that work is starting over the summer and it will not be complete by the end of June. And then we have professional development of 1.6 million. This is the amount that was residing in the undesignated balance that is related to what the board authorized 2 years ago to train all district employees with Arbinger and the outward mindset work. The reason that these are delineated in the way they are when you take action in June, these will be designated by the board, which means it's the board that has to undesignate them and do something with them different. So looking at our multi-year projections, it's nice numbers for a very short period of time, I'm sure. I don't anticipate that we're going to have any loss in revenue, so it'll be interesting going forward. But we are estimating in 22-23 additional new funding at 2.48%, which is the Department of Finance's cost of living adjustment projection. And then for 23-24, Department of Finance again is estimating 3.11%. And it's important to note that Elk Grove specifically, our normal year-over-year costs of step and column and health increases and retirement contributions runs the district roughly between 15 million and 17 million dollars annually. So when we have a year like in 22-23 where the new revenue coming in is only 15 million, we're not meeting our normal step and column costs. So that's part of the analysis that we do. So we wouldn't necessarily recommend that the board identify expenditures to spend down that $7.1 million surplus in the 22-23 school year, because we could run into a situation where the COLA doesn't come to fruition and then we're going to have to make cuts. The other
One more
part,
note, just one more note. So one other thing, make sure we're clear about for the public, I know the board is aware of this. This is for 21-22 for the year coming forward. We haven't completed negotiations for the 2021 school year, and we are in negotiations for 21-22 as well. And because those negotiations will finish after the 2021 year is done, anything that we settle for in 2021 and what we settle for in 21-22 is all going to show up in fiscal year 21-22. So just to know this, love looking at this right now, but this isn't reality based on the commitments that we have with negotiations with our employees.
thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. So looking at this budget going forward for the cost of living adjustments, and I think I've mentioned this in my previous presentations, those are high numbers. We don't usually see COLA amounts over 2%. So it would be wonderful if these come to fruition, but there's a number of different components that can be concerning for our budget. From the perspective, our budget has a very, very thin margin. And I say that because the smallest adjustment, even if we're looking at our unduplicated pupil percentage, if it changes not even 0.1%, it's a dramatic change on our budget. And our employee costs are roughly 86% of our budget. So to put that in perspective for the public, to do a 1% increase in somebody's pay across the district, it runs about $5.6 million. That completely takes away our surplus in fiscal year 22-23, and that's with a projected revenue increase. So we do watch those. We're very careful about what we recommend as far as how much we think we can go out into the third year, because one could look at this and say, you've got $18.9 million in 23-24, let's go spend it all. So we are very cautious about what we would recommend. Right now, I think we have a pretty healthy budget. It'll be interesting to see once we close the books where we're at. The reason I make that statement is we've had a lot of spending that's happened at the later part of the school year, which we typically don't have. So spending to do the expanded learning programs, that has been a huge influx of purchase orders and purchasing, and we're still having difficulty getting goods and services from different vendors here locally. So with that said, we did talk briefly about the reserve cap, which is 10%. You can see there the percentages at the projected ending fund balance of being 17.56%. That percentage is not just based on the 136 million, but it's based on the total general fund. So knowing that, to get that back down to something reasonable, the board will have different options afforded to them. And at that point in time, we can go through that. I don't think it's worth going through that now because, you know, like Mr. Hoffman stated, we're not done with bargaining. The state hasn't approved their budget and there's a lot of moving parts still. So other considerations, enrollment trends for ADA purposes, it's going to be interesting for us. So if we become a district that becomes declining enrollment, you do have a year's grace, meaning they use your prior year student information in order to pay you for the year you're in. We had a decrease in our CBEDS enrollment, which is what is a partial driver to this information. However, we were held harmless with ADA, so we were able to project and we knew how much we were going to receive based on our ADA. The reason that that's concerning is directly related to our supplemental concentration funding. So right now we're funded on a 3-year rolling average. Our single year rate for fiscal year 2021 dropped below that 55%. So we're at 52 and some change. Because of that, and it's a 3-year rolling average, we're staying just above the 55% mark. If we fall below that, it does impact your supplemental funding and we will lose completely the concentration portion. The reason that that's important is our district tends to budget based on enrollment projections, our teacher staffing and things that need to happen inside the classroom directly related to students. However, we do not necessarily roll that information into our revenue because until those numbers are known, we don't want to overproject revenue and then commit to something we can't afford. So that's something that we're going to be looking at very closely. We're also going to be trying to educate our parents to fill out the local control funding survey form. That survey form, if it's completed by every family across the district, that would obviously generate more revenue for those families that qualify. The Food Nutrition Services Department does have the free and reduced meal count lunch forms that they use, but they cannot also be used for local control funding formula purposes. Michelle Drake and her work that happens at her office, she can't use her time for that because she's federally funded. So those are probably the most concerning for me, is watching our enrollment and making sure that we actually come back to where we were. It's important to note in our multi-year projections, I am projecting that we go back to normal in school year 23-24, meaning our unduplicated pupil percentage goes back up to 56%, which is for the most part where we've been.
So one other challenge with that is, and one of the really good things that's actually happened at the legislative level, is they're looking to increase the number of kids that we can serve free and reduced lunches to. The challenge with that will be, there'll be less motivation for folks to identify as free and reduced, which will make it more difficult for us to meet keep our number above the 55%. So while we actually are very thankful for the idea that we can feed more kids, we are pushing on the legislature that they're going to have to redo the formula on how we identify kids that meet the unduplicated count, because if they don't do that, I don't see any way that we stay above the 55% mark long term. So again, really good thing going on, but we're going to need something to help us with how we identify kids.
So if you're out and about, let parents know to go to our website and fill out the survey form. Yeah, because that's kind of scary. A couple of other things that may impact the district is the GAN limit. So just like the state of California has a spending limit, we have our own spending limit. And so the GAN will be analyzed for us at the unaudited actual stage. So we'll be looking at that information prior to reporting back to the board in September. It's anticipated that the state is still going to probably be beyond their spending cap, which means monies would be coming back to K-14 schools. We think that that might come into effect. I want to say it's 23-24 school year. So we're not budgeting any of that revenue, obviously, waiting to see what happens, but it's substantial. It's about $8 billion that goes to schools, and the other $8 billion for a total of 16 goes back to taxpayers. So we're going to be watching that as well. And then, interesting enough, special education. The maintenance of effort component to special education has become a challenge for our district, which we've never had before. And that is a direct correlation to the increased funding we've received from the state. So based on calculations we did for the adopted budget, I don't think we're going to have a problem with MOE, but it's something that we need to keep an eye on. One other component to the classroom, if you will, is expenditures at the classroom level. And so we have to, because we're a unified district, we have to be above 55% to be compliant. Right now we're at 64%, but because of the way spending has been going and there's less people being paid and just less expenditures in the instructional arena period, that could be a potential problem. So my staff is working on that and making sure that we catch it ahead of time and not be responding to it after the fact. And then the impact of COVID-19 relief funding, we talked a little bit about this at the last meeting we had. We still are having challenges with the COVID relief funding that we're getting from the feds because it's in competition with the state, which is in competition with some of our grants that we receive. So we're still juggling those. And then several of the state programs that were proposed in the January governor's budget proposal and then amended in his May revision, none of those are budgeted for in our 21-22 school year, and we do continue to still watch them. On June 14th, the legislature passed the 21-22 budget on. The problem with that is there were major sticking points is with the state revenue assumptions, which would impact Proposition 98. So that would be a change to our revenue calculation. And the legislature is proposing or has proposed to reduce employer contributions for both CalSTRS and CalPERS. They've also proposed repayment of all of the deferrals and not just a portion. So for cash, we would be very, very happy to see that. And then there is an increase in the COLA that's applied to categoricals outside of the LCFF. So as I mentioned earlier, the May revision has 1.7%, which is the statutory COLA. The legislature has proposed the 4.05 compounded COLA. So because they don't have a budget deal with the governor, but they met their timeline, we are now waiting to see what happens next. So I don't necessarily know that we would have an on-time budget from the state's perspective by the end of June, although that's the intention. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. So why that's important to us is anything that they put into the state budget that changes our budget materially, then we have to redo everything. So they call that the 45-day revise. We do that as a practice here in our district anyway, but depending on the complexities, it could be interesting going forward. So then looking at the rest of the district, as Mr. Fortuna reminds us that there's a whole other side to the budget, and there is. The reason we don't spend as much time talking about it is because these monies are restricted, meaning they have their own rules and regulations. They're subject to audit and they're not discretionary, meaning the board can't take them and use them for a separate purpose. They have to still be maintained for the purpose in which we receive them. So when we look at the general fund, we just talked about the unrestricted side. That was the multi-year projection that we shared. The restricted side within Fund 1 is where you see our state and federal programs. So examples of those would be Title I, Title II, Title III, our ACES programs, Proposition 20, which is our lottery instructional materials. And then I know that we talk quite frequently about contributions and transfers. And in our multi-year projection, it's a negative number. What you see here is its sister component, which is the positive number. So the contributions and transfers is $114 million that we take from the unrestricted side and we send to restricted, and it's to cover special education and routine restricted maintenance. So categorical programs in our district live within themselves with the exception of special education and RRM. With that, we have very large restricted reserves, as I mentioned earlier. That's mostly because of the COVID relief funding coming in. But they are in a surplus situation and they do live within their resources. So there aren't any other contributions to any other programs. Then we start talking about all of the other governmental funds we have in our district. The first one we have is Fund 9. It's the Charter Schools Fund. And this is where Mr. Levine and his activity happens. This is representative of just Elk Grove Charter, even though we may sponsor 2 other charters. This is our dedicated charter. So he has a actual surplus of $398,000 and a projected undesignated reserve of 5.7. Then our next fund is our Adult Education Fund. It again encompasses everything that comes out of our adult education programs. It's in the form of diploma, general education. They have the job center. We have different grants. One of those that was mentioned tonight, it's the contract we have with the Sheriff's Department. We do have teachers that teach out at the main jail campus and at the Rio Cosumnes Correctional Center campus. They also live within their funding sources that they have available to them. And they're projected to have an undesignated fund balance of 1.7 million. Then looking at the Child Development Fund 12, this is where all of the expenditures are incurred for our general education preschool classes. Those are comprised of all grant programs. We have First 5, we have our Head Start program and our state preschool program. We also have a very small infant program, which is housed at Daler that serves the pregnant minors and their babies as they go to school. And they have a very minimal undesignated reserve of $2,200. And that is because they have a negative cash balance because they are a reimbursement after the fact program. So there's a little bit of money in there where we have to cover their negative interest. Then we have Fund 13. This is the Food and Nutrition Services Department. This is one area that we know got hit pretty hard as they've been providing meals across the board to all families that need it. They did not, and we couldn't, reduce the labor costs that were associated. So this particular fund is incurring 100% of their labor, but not being reimbursed 100% of the meals prepared. So part of the COVID relief funding, we will be sending cash over to Fund 13 to compensate for that deficit at the end of 2021 school year, which will then come forward in their beginning balance and will put them back up to a reasonable level. My guess is going to take about 1 to 2 years in order to get them back functional, back where they were. If that's the case, there was a plan in place through the COVID relief funding that we would continue to transfer those monies over in accordance with their rules and regs in order to keep our Food Nutrition Services Department within budget. We do have this little teeny tiny bit of deferred maintenance fund. So Fund 14 is no longer exists. This was where we would capture the deferred maintenance projects that happened. We have been burning off the fund balance in this fund for a number of years. These monies are now back in the unrestricted general fund, and it was part of the conversion when we went to the LCFF. So $26,000 worth of projects that our maintenance department has at their disposal. Then we have the building fund, Fund 21. This one looks a little bit weird, but it's supposed to. So we just finished our third bond sale. That money will come into the budget starting in July. When that happens, then you'll see revenue in here, et cetera. But right now we have enough fund balance to cover the projects that were in place. And then that was from the sales of Measure M for Sale 1 and Sale 2. Then we have Capital Facilities Fund, Fund 25. This is where all of the revenue is received from developer fees. We have a lot coming in right now, which is making Mr. Pierce quite happy because this is going to be one of the mechanisms to help fund the new elementary school. I don't get in his building stuff, so I always have to check, make sure I'm not wrong. Then we have the School Facilities Construction Fund, Fund 35. This is actually the monies that come in from the state. We have been reimbursed for McGarvey and Zender Ranch. So that was huge for us. So that was a lot of money that came back. What you see here is, I believe, matching funds for some CTE projects and matching funds for our building fund. So no new revenue in here, and it's purposely like that because we don't have any monies coming in from the state for building. And we have capital outlay projects, which is Fund 40. This has residual in it from Proposition 39, and it also receives monies for redevelopment. And so this money is out there. It's utilized to support building projects across the district. We're not projecting any budget coming forward, so it'll all be sitting in a reserve until facilities designates a use. Then we have Fund 49. Fund 49 is the Mello-Roos Community Facilities District, and it accounts for capital projects funded by them. There's not any new revenue coming in currently. We will adjust that revenue coming forward when it's known, but it has a projected undesignated balance of 26 million. And I believe the reason for that was because of the COPS proceeds that are in there. So the district had refinanced, and those monies then were used to build. So for those of you that didn't hear this, it was support for Franklin Elementary. Mr. Pierce is going to come and let you guys know. It's important to know.
And I just enjoy it. So the board members who were here at the time will remember that we did special financing through the Mello-Roos district. in the absence of state funding to fund 2 new elementary schools as well as Franklin Elementary School. So some of that reimbursement from the state actually went back to this because it was the source to go ahead and proceed for the project without state funding being in hand yet.
So $26 million fund balance, and this will be utilized for future school projects. Then we have the bond interest and redemption fund. This is just a mechanism by which we are paying our debt down. This one is specifically for Measure M. And then we have the debt service fund, Fund 52, which is directly tied to the Mello-Roos and the repayment of that debt. And then we have the self-insurance fund. This one's interesting. This one, we had contracted with the third party to manage our workers' compensation claims. We went to a JPA through Schools Insurance Authority, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago now, with the intention that we would be able to bring our workers' compensation rate down. And we actually have. When we started this, we were contributing 2.25% per $100 in payroll. We have been able to reduce that down now to 1.75%. So what you see here is the residual for what we're calling the tail claims. So claims that were incurred prior to us contracting with the JPA. So we're very, very happy to see that we're going in the correct direction. And so SIA partners with our return to work program. I don't know if you guys are familiar or not, but it's a mechanism by which we get employees back into the workforce and that they're not off for long periods of time. So next steps, tonight, the board is hearing this presentation as a public hearing. We will be back June 22nd to have the board take action to adopt our budget. And then we're hoping to have a final state budget by June 30th. If that is the case, we would be bringing back on July 20th, our 45-day revise and the results of that. Then we have our 2021 unaudited actuals, which that's the results of us closing the books, which we'll be bringing back in September. And then our 21-22 first interim, which is due in December. And we get to start the whole process over in January. And I will stop there.
Thank you. I would like to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Then I would like to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Did anybody have a comment at this point?
Just a quick one.
Okay.
Shannon just aged us all fairly quickly with her next steps. Thank you, Shannon.
Great. And Ms. Hayes is always available if she would like further explanation. Number 5, consideration and public notice of AFSCME's initial proposal to the district for the 2020-2021. Mr. Riley.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following process is required for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. The union's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the union's initial proposal. AFSCME's initial proposal is attached. It is recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, the board take action to officially receive AFSCME's initial proposal.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a public hearing and ask Ms. Soriano, is there any public comment related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Then I will close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept AFSCME's initial proposal to the district for the 2020-2021 school year. Moved by Mr. Perez.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. Roll call vote, Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martina Soler,
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
and myself. It's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
you.
Next is a discussion item, COVID-19 relief funding, remaining round one funding recommendation. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
I get some exercise. There are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Who's back?
Good evening again. This presentation actually was prepared in conjunction with Mr. Cerruti and his team. What we're going to talk about tonight is the round one funding priorities. On June 1st, I brought a presentation to the board identifying $7.64 million in funds from our round one funding that was available to be redesignated for additional purposes. So the timeline, just so that we understand where we've been and where we're going, the LCAP, or excuse me, the LCP, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, was approved by the board on September 28th. We then brought to you the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, which was required board approval by June 1st, which we thank you very much for doing so. And then we had the remaining round one funds from the LCP draft plan to review. That's what we're doing tonight. Based on how tonight's discussion goes, we would be bringing back a funding plan on June 22nd for your approval. And then we want to make sure that the board understood, because we found some information out between June 1st and tonight, which was that the ESSER 3 funds, which is our round three, it's $134 million that we are estimated to receive. The state has decided that we need to fill out an expenditure plan. And the template at that point in time was not available. We do have a draft template out that's being reviewed for input, but it's currently doesn't exist for us to actually start that work and to complete it. So we're hoping that it is in a similar fashion of what you saw for the ELO. My guess is going to be, it's going to be a combination of how the district's LCAP looks like with the combination of what the ELO looks like. So the board will be asked to take action to approve that plan by September 30th. So at June 1st, when we talked, we thought we had more time, that we could start our planning in August so that we would be in preparation for the 22-23 school year. This has now completely changed that process. They also skipped ESSER 2. So we had ESSER 1, which was part of the LCP. We had ESSER 2, which just came to us. And then we had ESSER 3, and it's ESSER 3 that they're actually asking for the plan for. So we've had a number of different conversations about what does that look like? Do we include 2 and 3? You know, what is it that we include? So ESSER 3 doesn't expire until 2024. ESSER 2 expires sooner than that. So we would probably want to have both pieces brought together. But
Ms.
right
Hayes?
now,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting to 10:45.
So move.
Second.
It'll require a roll call vote. Mr. Perez? Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martini Soler?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
And myself. So thank you. And I apologize for the interruption, but I don't want to do it later.
it's okay. So our planning process, these are the 5 principles that we use as a cabinet, remaining fiscally solvent being number 1, maintaining effective programs and services, being competitive, and building upon what we've recently, our existing program, excuse me, and then consider new programs and services. So right now, based on the rules and regs that come with all of the COVID relief funding, we are in the number 4 and number 5 area. So that'll be interesting because we haven't had that opportunity in a long time. So as a reminder to the board, for round 1, we received $57.07 million in round 1 COVID relief funding in various different forms. So the descriptions on the left coronavirus relief, CR in the state, those are the actual drivers of the monies that came to us. I think I mentioned last time that, we approve a plan and it has one value in it, but I'm juggling usually 7 to 10 different accounts. So we do track them separately. They are audited. I know I just pulled information for our spring audit regarding the CR funds. So they are looked at. We have currently expended $49.43 million of that. And you can see with the CR account, we don't have a balance remaining. The state general fund, we've fully expended that. We have a zero balance, but we do have monies left in GEAR and ESSER1. The monies in GEAR, we had recommended at the last board meeting that we would like to send that full 2.69 million over to food nutritions to help support their labor costs. And that will be identified in here again. The reason for that is the guidelines associated with the GEAR funds are different than they are with the ESSER funds, and we have more flexibility with the ESSER funds. So looking at the plan development process, we had extensive stakeholder feedback beginning in April, and it still continues to today with staff, students, and parents. We have detailed input, output, and outcome needs analysis that were conducted by our program leaders. And then the cabinet is assuring that everything that is recommended is aligning to the COVID relief funding expenditure guidelines. And this is when my counterparts aren't real excited with me when I say no. So the draft plan, these are the items that we would like to discuss with you. These were things that came up out of the stakeholder engagement and input that we received. We have $360,000 that we would like to designate toward educational equity in the form of 2 different program specialists, one to do universal equity programs, the other one to do targeted equity programs. We would like to give to elementary and secondary education $850,000. This would be to continue our existing AVID program. That program, the funding source that was supporting that program ends in June, so we want to make sure that that continues. And then reintroduction to school supports and activities. We do have a number of situations at our school sites where, because they were closed, they weren't able to fundraise and do the normal activities that they need to do in order to create a welcoming environment back for our students. So we would like to support that work as well. Then our student support teams and our IEP assessments, we're recommending $380,000 to be used to hire 2 school psychologists. Again, these are one-time money, so this would be on a one-time basis. The reason we're comfortable with the hiring, we think there's enough attrition within the psychologist ranks that there would be enough retirement to absorb them. And then for student support and health services, we're asking for 1.2 million to continue to fund the 9 social workers that were formerly funded through the Performing Student Block Grant. We're then asking for another $1 million for student support and health services. And this is specific to hiring agency health personnel through the December 31st of 2021. And this is specifically to maintain staffing for the COSI centers at the schools and to not further impact our nurses. Yes, Mr. Press.
Some schools get Medi-Cal reimbursement for health services.
Yes, we do. We receive on average $1.7 million annually through Medi-Cal reimbursement for education-related activities, but yes.
For actual services.
Yes. So for our staff that does trach supervision and diabetes injections and that, we get reimbursed for that if it's written into a child's IEP.
Can't that grow anymore?
Right now, it's funding the student support centers. And then we have monies that go back out to the contributors. So the practitioners that actually do the work that are generating the revenue for the district, there's an incentive program for them. We have an active company that helps us with generating that revenue. So we give them our list of practitioner groups. They ensure that those practitioner groups are aware of how to submit their online claims and that we can get as much as we can. So the $1 million for the student support and health services staff, that's specific to the COSI rooms. And for those of you that aren't familiar, that's where students go that are symptomatic. And so we want to make sure that those are staffed because we don't have enough nurses across the district. And we've been using non-public agencies for the service all year. So we want to at least extend it through December 31st of 21. Then for technology services, as you're well aware of all of the different devices that we've added to the district, technology services is in need of additional support. So they're requesting, or we want to set aside $850,000 to support 9 FTE of computer training and support specialists that will be out at our school sites to help our staff. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we want to send the $3 million over to Food Nutrition Services, specifically to offset labor and food costs for them to provide free breakfast and lunch meals. And with that, we'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Martina Salir.
Thank you for your presentation. I know earlier on in the presentation, you had mentioned the ESSER 3 funds, when they will be expiring. I didn't catch it. I think you had mentioned when the ESSER 2 funds, the expiration date. I didn't catch what date that
So
was.
ESSER 3 expires June of 2024. We have 6 months to liquidate anything that's encumbered. And then for ESSER 2, I believe that date is, I have it right here. ESSER 2 will expire in June of 2023. And that one we will also have 6 months to liquidate any expenses incurred.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then on when moving forward, I know you mentioned the school psychologist would be paid with one-time funding. So I'm assuming that's going to happen with one-time funds for the social workers that have been identified?
It would happen with any position. So on slide 6, we have the two FTE school psychologists. We would have 2 FTE and program specialists for equity. And then we would have, again, the social workers and then the technology services. So yes, all of those positions are funded through one-time monies. These monies will expire. We will use ESSER 2 before we use ESSER 3. This is a proposal to at least get us through 21, 22 school year. So that's why we're bringing this to you tonight, was we want to get those positions up and going for the start of the traditional school year in August.
Yeah, with ESSER 2 and 3, one of the first things I think we'd ask the board to do is take a look at some of the things that we've done in round 1 that we want to continue multiple years. And those would be kind of the first things that we get taken care of. And then we could look for additional services that we want to do beyond that. But I think one of the first things we want to do is figure out which things we want to extend more than 1 year.
I'm excited to see the expansion of some of these positions, especially in the equity area, being mentioned with targeted equity programs, and then also with the mental health or social worker support. So I just curious to see how we can carry that forth in the outcoming years, but understanding how the different rounds of funding will help hopefully continue some of those services and then later expand. I was just curious with some of the targeted equity programs and that specialist position, will they be also applying for additional funds or certain programs that they might be able to bring in grant money or things of that nature? Do you think that might be a possibility?
I think there's possibilities there. The other reality is these folks are going to get to work. So just as an example, we're looking at additional professional development for staff. So we need this team to be working on what that professional development will be. We'll bring a plan back to the board. And at that point, there'll probably be an additional funding request that will go along with that. So the initial piece will, as much work as Matt and the team has been able to do, adding to the team, we should be able to exponentially improve the amount of work that can be done. These folks will be able to free Matt up with some of the group work that he's doing to be able to do some of the things that he's not currently able to get to in a standard, or more than standard work week. So we're excited about both of these positions in the equity office.
Do you foresee some of these positions also encompassing student outcomes and taking a look at suspensions or things of that nature down the road possibly, or additional people for that?
I think these folks would certainly be part of that work, especially when you look at the targeted work. And the whole idea around the targeted work is looking where we're having specific groups of students that need additional assistance. So that would fit within that frame for sure.
Thank you overall for the presentation. Appreciate the information you always provide.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you for a great presentation, particularly for the benefit of the public, and thank you for being so explicit for their benefit. As Dr. Martinez O'Leary said, I also am particularly excited about the line items for educational equity and social workers, anything related to mental health support for our students. I know you're not asking now, Mr. Superintendent, but those will be first on my list for the conversation about what we extend. Let's see. Oh, just a clarification. The cozy room that you mentioned, that $1 million line item for non-public agency support, again, for the benefit of the public, that is for students who are COVID symptomatic, correct?
Yes, that would be correct. If they are experiencing COVID-like symptoms, they would go to the cozy room and be evaluated by a healthcare professional.
Okay, so just so everyone understands what that is, and that is above and beyond what our nurses are able to provide.
That's correct.
Yeah. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charis Espinoza. Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you so much. I think like all my colleagues will probably say I'm very excited about slide 6 about the positions for the Office of Equity. I'm still concerned though with the capacity at the site level to be able to support the work of the district in that area. So I think that, this is a great first step, but I think at the site level, I'm just concerned in terms of the capacity for those folks to continue that work. And so I know that we've had a community organization, BYLP, has submitted a proposal to partner with us. We haven't given a response. We haven't done anything with that. And so at this time, I would actually like to move for the district to establish a formal partnership with Black Youth Leadership Project to expand the capacity of the efforts of the Office of Equity at the site level by implementing strategies to support Black students in the district.
Is there a second?
I second.
You're the owner of the motion?
And so, yeah, I would just like us to consider we've had that proposal for a few months now, and we will continue to hear from BYLP wanting to be able to partner. And so I think that it's our responsibility, professional courtesy, to make a decision in terms of consideration of that proposal.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Would something like that need to be agendized? So I guess I'm wondering, should the motion be to agendize that vote, or can we actually take that action tonight?
You are correct.
Yeah, so this isn't an action item. This is the discussion item. The BYLP proposal in the forms that it's come in is with all the other proposals. And so it's all been captured. I think the round 2, 3 is going to be the opportunity to go back through the list again, and BYLP will be considered in that funding source. What we have right now is the 4.4 million that's left from round 1, and these are the recommendations that are coming through to finish up round 1. The next step is looking at the round 2 and the round 3, which is the 200, which that's the lion's share of the dollars, to be able to go through the huge list and to be able to go through, and that's really the next step of doing the work. And
Yeah.
I'll say we did share this information with the Partners in Education group on Thursday, and I want to make sure I capture what they said. they were supportive of everything on the list, like, which I think most people would say everything here is of value, and taking something off the list doesn't make sense. Are there other things we'd want on there? Sure, but everything on here makes sense, and they see the value in, and it's something that we can get up and running for the start of the school year, which was the other consideration. They do want us to remember compensations on their mind very much.
Okay.
And the third thing they want us to notice, they wanted us to tell the board and make sure we understood is they want to move forward with the round 2 and 3 as quickly as possible. So that they wanted, and we agreed. We also shared that I believe the board has the same exact intention. And that's why at the beginning of this piece, the idea that September 30th date by which that plan is due, we get this plan done, this last piece of it, we roll it forward, and then it is budget taken care of on the 22nd, and then it's roll up our sleeves again and let's go to work on what we want to be able to do with second and third, with things that we can do starting in 21, 22, not waiting for 22, 23, but there will be actions and services we can do for 21, 22.
Can I speak to Ms. Jamerson's motion?
Just a second. I'm going to ask Ms. Jamerson to rephrase. Go ahead.
Two things. Number one, this Board of Education is not bound by the recommendations that are being brought to us tonight. Ms. Jamerson put a motion on the table to consider the contract with Black Youth Leadership to address a problem that has been existing for many, many years. And that is the disproportionate number of Black student suspension. Because what is being presented to us tonight was brought to our bargaining units for their stamp of approval doesn't mean that this Board of Education cannot take other actions. The motion is appropriate in that Ms. Jamerson is asking that the board consider the placement of the proposal as an item, an expenditure item for round 1 relief dollar expenditure. It's appropriate. This hits on a really larger issue in that, once again, the Board of Education is being placed in a situation of being the bad guy by virtue of making a change in recommendations that have been brought before the bargaining units. To the extent that they've given their stamp of approval doesn't bind us in what we do.
Agreed.
The Black students and their parents have waited many, many, many years for action to occur, and it has not occurred. The proposal that was presented to us with respect to the additions in the equity office guarantees nothing in the immediate future. So what do we do? Do we wait another 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years? Do we wait or do we take action? There's that it's a simple decision. Wait or take action.
Okay, can you restate your motion, please?
Sure. I move that the district establish a formal partnership with Black Youth Leadership Project to expand the capacity of the efforts of the Office of Equity at the site level by implementing strategies to support Black students in the district.
So
I second that
just a
motion.
point for clarification. This is a discussion item. If you want us to bring back If there's items that the board wants us to bring back on the 22nd to be considered alongside these items, and then the board would choose between these items and the other items, that's what this conversation is about. So it doesn't, we're not, it's not actually asking for the board to take a vote to bring some, if the board consensus, then you may have 8 or 10 of the things that you want us to bring to you on the 22nd for consideration of these funds. That's what this conversation is designed to be. So it doesn't take if you want us to bring back the BYLP proposal, share it with the board, explain to the board, and then they can consider that with these other pieces. Fine, it doesn't need a formal action. That's what this conversation is about.
I believe that this is a discussion and Ms. Jamerson has asked for a change in what is brought to us on the 22nd. And we will have a discussion and a vote to move that forward. I don't believe we all just get to throw something out there to add to this. We need to give direction as a whole board to add this
On the 22nd, though, right?
on the 22nd.
Okay.
So I just from a process piece, that works for me. So what we're looking for is if we get 4 votes from the board on any particular item, those are the things we would bring in addition to the things that we have here. And then the board will make the decision which of those they want to approve in this round.
Yes, and then the board will need to be aware of when money is available and what money we're taking and what things we're starting.
Well, that would be a whole bigger, if we're going to talk about taking from, that's a bigger discussion that I would love to have.
So this is one pool of money. We will now then have $220 million. We have this 7 million left over, 3 million we need to send to the food services. So now we're talking about $4 million. I believe they have taken the top priorities from everybody and addressed them. Ms. Jamerson.
And that's your opinion. That's your opinion. I do not believe they've
That's
taken
fine.
everything,
Do I interrupt you?
but you can do whatever you want to do. Apparently you do.
What is?
So then we will take this pool of money and look at how to spend this pool of money on the 22nd. And Ms. Jamerson's, your vote tonight is to ask to include the BYLP proposal in public with this.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. She has a first by herself. Mr. Forcina had a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a discussion because I was going to ask.
Give your mic on.
I was going to ask, on the elementary and secondary education, you have 850,000. I was wondering how much of that's going to the AVID programming and how much of that is going to the K-12 reintroduction of school support activities.
Mr. Press, can we finish this motion and then I will go
But the
through and
reason
ask
why I'm asking
questions?
that questions is the fact that the K-12 reintroduction to school support and activities, I think that could come from another fund area. So we could actually fund this program here with that monies because we don't know how much they're going to spend on the AVID. And the other question is you mentioned we have $3 million we're going to spend on the state of California governor's thing. Why aren't we using federal monies for that nutritional years of funding?
Mr. Press.
Is that a legitimate
Mr. Press,
question?
I will
Hold on.
come back.
That's a
No, I
question.
need to finish this motion. We
Yeah.
need to finish this motion. You talk about Robert's rules. We need to
Okay.
finish this motion and I will come back to you to talk about this
I
presentation.
would free up money for this program.
And on the 22nd, we can discuss that further. First, we need to decide if we're putting
No, I
this
like
in
the
for the
clarification.
discussion. At this point, we are not having it as a discussion because we've not had a vote to include it.
Okay.
because I'm trying to finish one process so we can go on to the
Okay.
second.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion based on this motion that says we consider you want to just give me where?
I call for the vote.
District to establish a formal partnership with Black youth leadership to expand the capacity efforts of the Office of Equity at the site level by implementing strategies to support Black students in the district. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I'll go with whatever is the will of the board, but given that there's nothing on this list that I would take off and it fully encumbers COVID round one, I would be perfectly comfortable with discussing a BYLP partnership in the regular budget discussion or COVID round two or COVID round three. But I will go with whatever is the will of the board.
Okay. Mr. Yang?
Well, I think that our district could do more to help out the Black students and Black community, for sure. But at this point, I'm not clear about the money that we have from round one in terms of if we don't have a clear idea where they're going, we might make a decision that could backfire us. So for me, I would like to see a clearer picture where the money goes. But having said that, Ms. Jemingsson and Superintendent, you could comment on this too. I mean, do we have a number in terms of money that this partnership with BYLP will cost so that we have a projection? Because I would like them to involve with Elk Grove Unified School District, but I think if we have a clearer picture of how much money is needed, I think that would make me and perhaps the board have a better understanding of what we are trying to do.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
this
have-
could be entailed a little bit more, because right now it's very generalized and it's just not that clear to me. But I do want the partnership, just want to make it clear. But it's not enough information on the table at this point for me.
So BYLP submitted a proposal that had a menu of options in terms of strategies that they could implement, and it did come with a price. My motion is not to adopt the BYLP proposal. My motion is to enter a formal partnership. And at that point, there can be discussion about which menu items, so to speak, from that proposal would best support the work that is taking place in the district, what funds we have available, how we prioritize that. So my proposal is that we enter into a formal partnership. Part of it is that, one, as I said, I feel like we need to provide some type of decision, a response to the proposal that has been submitted and continues to be brought up over and over. And two, my only sense of urgency is that we are bringing Black students back to campus at a time where we've had all of this social justice strife, and it was not addressed in Zoom. As we looked and saw the hearings, those things were not necessarily discussed in Zoom. And now we're going to bring students back to campus, and we haven't really prepared the campuses to deal with the differing views of those students. And I'm really concerned about safety of Black students and making sure that they feel comfortable. So that's my only sense of urgency. I do understand that there are buckets of money, the ESSER 2 and 3, and to be able to fund this possibly, or to address the needs of Black students. But I just want to ensure that as we bring Black students back to campus in August, that we are making a concerted effort to provide safe spaces for them and looking at all possible options in terms of support and strategies to add to what we're already doing as a district. I don't necessarily want to take away from what we're doing, but we need help. And here's one offer of help. And so I think we just need to make a decision. Are we going to accept this help? Or are we going to look elsewhere? I just want us to be able to make a decision as a board.
Well, just hearing you say it is a simple yes, based on what you just said. It's just a partnership, and then we'll figure it out from there, right? That's what I understand what you just said.
Right, so I just don't know that.
Yeah, but I think Chris was looking more of, we are trying to vote to get the first round money right away. So I think there's a hesitation there because there's a lot of uncertainties. So if the public are listening to this, it's not that we are not willing to partner with the BYLP. We are willing to. And I see your point is a very legit point, and I support that. But again, just want to make sure that we have our money identify really clear where are they going, and if we could wait till the next round, that might be option, but I think we have to look a little bit more deeper. But I love the idea. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, 'cause
That's all I
one
got
of-
to say for now.
To just speak into that piece, Mr. Yang, and just make sure, Ms. Jamerson, because we just trying to wrap my head around the request. I understand the piece and where you're coming from. The idea that the board would give us direction, it's almost like another item from the floor versus in this particular item. But the idea that the board wants to give us direction to prioritize bringing the BYLP proposal to the board so they understand what it is and make a determination and identify what pieces of it or in mass that the board would want to prioritize doing that. We could bring a report to the board. I'm trying to think if we could do it as early as next week. I mean, we'd be scrambling to put together that agenda we're already largely created. But we could bring the report with the idea so that the board clearly understood what it is. And based on the final budget from the state, where there could be additional funding, the round 2, round $3 we have in hand, the board could say, prior to doing the full plan on September 30th, we want this prioritized and to begin and not wait for the September deadline, and we could work in that direction. So I'm just trying to make sure I get the priority and the sense of urgency. Just trying to figure out, would the board have enough information to make a decision on the BYLP proposal for the 22nd, a week from tonight, in lieu of these other items, versus us, we bring you the opportunity, we bring the information to you ahead of the other things on the list, because that's what the board wants to see. We're fine doing that. And then we could figure out where we want to move forward from there. But so I'm just trying to make sure I understand where it is you're exactly going. How do we meet your request, and then if the board supports that.
Yeah.
Okay, what he's saying is different to me than what you said.
Yes, it sure is.
You're still supporting the fact trying to do with round 2 and 3?
He's saying he will go with the will of the board with 2 and 3 and get us the information to make that decision.
I mean, the board doesn't know enough. I don't know enough about the formal BYLP to have gone through the details of it, to know exactly what it would look like and how it would roll out. So there's work that we need to do to be able to do that. The board giving us direction tonight, I still think it's in other items from the floor direction that the board wants us to move forward with accelerating the analysis and presentation to the board of the proposal, and then allowing the board to determine in mass if they want to move forward with it, or if there's pieces that they want. And I would think we'd want to make sure we had BYLP representatives here to be able to answer questions with relation to it, because I won't be able to answer, our staff won't be able to answer the questions because it's not our program. So we'd want to make sure we had it set up in a way that allowed for a comprehensive review of the proposal. So it'd just be a timeline in, getting that all set up. But I'm putting words in it, but I'm sure BYLP would be here on the 22nd if we could get it set up for the 22nd. I also believe they could be here for the July meeting as well. So will of the board, we're just trying to figure out if it's a round 1 conversation, finishing round 1 conversation, or if it is moving into general fund, if there's dollars available in July from the general fund based on the budget, or using round 2 or 3 that we have access to now. And we could accelerate that. We don't have to wait till the 30th to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to make sure I understand where
Okay.
the board is.
Okay, Carmine?
Thank you. I have a lot to say. Number one, each of the board members should have some understanding of the proposal because we all received copies of it. And if we did our due diligence, we would know what was in the report. That's number one. Number two, and reinforcing a point Ms. Jamerson made, the only reason why perhaps people don't have an understanding is because it hadn't been brought forward for us to discuss it. And had that occurred, we would have an understanding. With respect to what was brought to us tonight is a proposed funding plan. This Board of Education has been told in writing and publicly that we would have all the time we needed to talk about budget and what we needed. There's nothing to say that if we move forward with an existing program that can provide intervention and support, that program cannot be financially supported with round 1 money and round 2 money and round 3 money, just as you're proposing to do with the social workers. There's no difference. If you can fund one thing through 3 series of funding, then we can fund another thing through 3 series of funding. My problem is with delay, which we've seen with VAPA. 4 years ago, this Board of Education approved moving forward with an arts education master plan. And 4 years later, all we have in place is a director that got hired 9 months ago. With Black student suspension, it's been addressed, but we have taken no proactive steps to make a change. And in as much as I certainly support the enhancement of the Office of Equity, there's no plan. There's nothing there that says what will be done, when it'll be done. We're supposed to accept it on good faith.
We have Matt here that can explain if you have the question. That's why Matt's here.
I didn't even see Matt. You-
That's why staff's here to have the conversation. That's why this is a discussion.
And perhaps you should have introduced him when he came in so that we knew he was there. I'm not looking in the corner of the room. The same thing, because see, I talked to Chris today. I have issues with a lot of things. I opposed the contract for the nursing services when it was brought up, but was told that we would get data on the outcome for having funded the positions. We didn't receive any outcome data as yet, and yet now we're asked to go ahead and extend it without any particulars with respect to what they're going to do, other than the additional time on campus will ensure that front office staff don't have to deal with sick children. But it's, again.
And Dawn is here to answer those questions, Carmen.
No,
Dawn is
I
here to
don't need,
answer.
I don't need Dawn. Mark was going to provide evaluation data showing outcome. That's not Dawn's job. Dawn can give me a lot of information.
The work's not done yet.
And so on good faith, we should throw another $1 million at it. So that's a problem for me. You know, Tony asks for data all the time. We're being asked to make decisions.
We're having a discussion.
We're being asked to consider a proposed spending plan. And I feel pushback because we say we have other items we want to consider. And that doesn't feel good.
There's no pushback. It's just make sure we understand what the ask is, Carmen. That's all I want to make sure is we all walk away with the same understanding.
The same expectations.
That's all I want to do.
Okay. This BYLP program, I've been on the board for 7 years, and they have been excellent advocates for our students, and they've worked with us, and I can't thank them enough for the things they did with our discipline matrix and the expertise they bring to the table. I am constantly taken back with the idea that we've done nothing. And on page 14 of 7 in our LCAP, we launched the student equity councils at each one of our high schools. We created educators for equity collaboratives, leaders for equity collaboratives. We lead the Equity Coalition. We provided professional learning and culturally responsive learning, recognizing implicit bias, applying an equity lens to instructional design. We are solidifying a coherent vision among district leadership. We are establishing systems and processes for facilitating systematic transformation. That's what we're doing to help move our equity work forward. I have never been given a proposal by anybody to be considered to be hired. I am not an expert in this area. I have taken the time to learn many things and go to many weekends of education and educate myself to become a better advocate and to understand things I've not learned or did not know in growing up in my lifestyle as a white woman. I don't have any issue with if we wanted to hire BYLP. I have an issue with the idea that we would hire BYLP as the 7 of us when we employ experts in our district. And when our experts bring us recommendations and we understand why. And when we want to know more, we go to our experts and learn more. So the idea of asking to formally recognize their proposal and to consider their work makes sense to me. The idea of us shopping what we need to make our schools better doesn't make sense to me. We have a goal. We want our Black and brown children to do better. We want our Black children to feel comfortable at school. We have added money and supports to every BSU that is an established system with a statewide organization on our campuses. We are making progress. Is it fast enough? No, it's never fast enough. If it's my child, it's not fast enough. I'm sure if I was the mother of a Black boy sending a boy to school and I listened to the things that were said at our PG here when we listened, it's not fast enough. It's not, but it is a very odd concept to me that we would decide who to hire here. What, in my mind, as a board and what I've been taught in CSBA is we have goals and then we decide, then staff brings us expertise to help us get to those goals. And if we as people, and we've heard from this group and we enjoy, and they have definitely contributed to progress we've made in our district. And we want to ask our staff to see how they can help us reach our goals. That makes sense to me. Choosing what to do off a list of a proposal from them would be something completely foreign. And taking this completely aside, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
If this is a process that starts, I don't know where it stops. And this is not in being Black Youth Leadership Program, but whoever decides that we need to have something certain happen and they're the person to provide it and they're going to go lobby the board for it, it puts you in a very different position as a board member versus setting a goal and then bringing their product to our staff to find out what works best for our school district. So those are my two concerns with it. Mr. Press.
We are not talking about hiring, we're just talking about bringing it to the table to discuss if it could be funded in round one, possibly round two, or round three. That's all we want, or we requested. That's the I interpreted this proposal. It's just bring it to the table and possibly, hey, like I said earlier, there's plenty of money for seed money, startup money for this project. And it's just a matter of committing to doing this, or again, lay it on the shelf. Act like it don't exist.
Mr. Fortuna.
Sorry, I just interrupted him to say, I think we need to extend the meeting again before he comments.
I'd like to have an extension to the meeting to 11:30.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second, I have to have a vote.
Yeah.
Second by Ms.
Second.
Jamerson. Mr. Yang?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Fortuna?
Yes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Yes.
Ms. Martina Sulier?
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Ms. Jamerson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Fortuna?
Yeah, two things I really got to address. Number one, if this Board of Education is going to, in a sense, rubber stamp what our experts bring to us, then the seven of us might as well resign tonight because we're not needed. We can go home. The public will be served by our experts. Now, I don't think that's why we were elected. And yes, we rely on the expertise of our people, of our staff. But at the end of the day, we make the decision. That doesn't make it right or wrong. That's the way it is. We make the decisions. And this was brought, again, it's a proposed spending plan. It's not the spending plan. And this Board of Education has a right to make modifications. That's number one. Number two, uh, I take a personal offense with a comment that you made as a president about board members bringing things to this board based on who lobbies them. That's very, very dangerous.
I apologize.
Appreciate, I mean,
I didn't,
go ahead. You made the comment, so you know what you were going to say.
I've never, okay, I don't remember saying those exact words. I have never been sent a proposal for work. And then I don't know, I don't think of lobbying as the worst word in the world, because obviously I'm married to a lobbyist, so I think there's a place for it in the world. And I think this group is a wonderful asset and lobbies for the Black community. I don't think that's a negative. So what do you mean? So I think that you've been compromised somehow?
Yes.
Okay, that is not my intention. You agree with it?
I wasn't lobbied.
Okay,
I wasn't lobbied. Plain and simple.
I don't think we share the definition. I did not mean to offend you.
Well, I mean, lobby is real simple. An outside person or agency came to me to ask me to do something, and in exchange, I'd get something for it. That's lobbying.
As a registered lobbyist, I
That's-
have to
that's
disagree with
against
you.
the law.
No,
You
no.
disagree with me.
That's against the
In
law.
exchange for something, yes, that's illegal everywhere.
Oh, look, let's be honest. We know what's legal and what happens. Come on.
Oh,
Don't-
no.
No, that's not what lobbyists
No,
do.
a lobbyist is about providing information in my mind. So, you see it differently than I do, Carmine. So it offends you, which I apologize for, and it was not meant to be offensive. And I obviously have a very different view of what lobbying means.
You
Hey,
know,
hey, Beth, can I say something?
Yeah.
I think that Ms. Jemison has a very legitimate ask.
Yeah,
I think we should just stay with that and don't go into
thank you.
assumptions. I think that we have a good board, and different boards going to bring different needs, different demands. We have to honor that, but let's not jump to conclusion.
Okay.
And when we jump to conclusions, we are shooting ourselves in the foot. So let's just stay on the ask, please. Thank you.
Okay, can we clarify, I feel like Carmine would like to bring it and vote on spending money on it on the 22nd.
it's part of the proposed spending plan.
As part of the first, and you would like staff to prepare what they want, what they suggest?
It's not my motion.
Okay, could you clarify for me? Because what I'm trying to understand, they have to leave with a clear identification.
I can be a friendly.
Well, that's why I say we have to stay with the ask, and
Yes,
that's.
you're right.
Yeah,
We've
let's stay
gone
with
off
that,
track.
please.
Right.
Okay.
So I would like this to be on the agenda
Okay,
for next week. I agree that I am not the expert to be able to say which menu item, I'm just using the term menu,
yeah,
but which of those strategies will be most beneficial necessarily. So I would like for the district, for the staff to be able, my ask is that we consider this. And if the board decides that we don't consider this, then that's one thing. I want us to make a decision on if this is something we consider, one. Two, I want the recommendations of which of these strategies could potentially be beneficial, because I want to address the urgent need to have safe spaces for our Black children to start the school year with. So those are, because of that sense of urgency, I'm asking for your help to determine which of these strategies would be best. And then we make that decision if we go forward with that. If the board decides no, and again, there may be other entities that can provide other strategies, more effective strategies, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think that we need to look at the safety of our Black students. And if this is the way that we address their needs, then I would like to make a decision on that.
So
Chair, may I ask a question? So clarifying questions, I think there's going to be two. One, is it your intent, is it your request that this conversation take place within the conversation of what to do with COVID funding one, or separate and parallel?
My intent is that we use either COVID funding one, if we use additional funding, as long as this is brought forward prior to September, because I want this for August. I want this for when school starts. So wherever the buckets of money are that need to be used for this, I'm okay with moving that around. So if we need to use, like you mentioned, we can
So I
use.
have, so I have another idea to throw out there for you for consideration. We actually have, there's 5 proposals. A couple of them are revisions of proposals that are from outside agencies that have proposed to be able to provide services. One of those, BYLP, is in that group. So one of the things we could do, again, this is just, the crazy part is, it's Tuesday. You know, we post an agenda on Friday. So, you know, what we're gonna do in the next couple days is drop other things to do this. But the proposal could be is we could bring for the 22nd a report on the outside agency programs that have been proposed to us through this process. They're part of the overall list that we've received from parents, from students, from staff, and things that we've heard from the board as well are on the list. We could bring those 5 pieces and do a report on those and have the board give us direction. We could do that ahead of this decision. And the board could say, in the end, we want this here, or the board could say, we want to know more about 1, 3, and 5. And we want to be able to make a decision at the July board meeting for that, so that we could have, you know, get it up and running as quickly as possible. I mean, we can look at more than one of the proposals from the outside. If that's the interest of seeing what outside agencies are proposing as support for us.
That makes sense.
I
Does that make
I
sense
had
to you?
one more clarification.
Before we do that, I want to ask, are all those proposals addressing disproportionate number of Black student suspension, or are they just proposals to do things?
The vein,
I mean,
Mark has
that's a
more.
big distinction. Because if they're just to do things, then we just open up this whole thing again. If we're gonna start adding, and I still haven't had a chance to talk about my ads.
So I would characterize the proposals that we received. I wouldn't say that any of them are specifically targeted toward the reduction of or the elimination of disproportionality and exclusionary discipline. They are in support of Black students.
Thank you. That's different.
Madam Chair,
That's not to say that some of it couldn't apply to it.
And I understand that, but that is different.
Yeah.
Than is the specific proposal, which is to address Black student suspension.
Madam Chair, my
Ms.
second
Chair
part.
Espinosa.
Thank you. So, forget how I was phrasing it, but I guess I'm trying to understand if the goal is to prior to the start of the regular school year, to have the board consider how to provide safe spaces and the other services that you provide, that you mentioned. Would it not be preferable to back into it that way, which is the normal process? I think that's what has some of us kind of disoriented, in that typically the board does not select a vendor and then say, let's see how we can craft a contract. Typically, we say, this is the problem, you know, staff bring us some solutions, and then we get to vendors. And I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Fortuna, who says at the end of the day, we decide. We are not bound by recommendations. That is absolutely true. But for example, when you first made your motion, I thought, oh my gosh, I didn't come prepared to vote on that today. I know that there were several iterations of the proposal. I don't know that I got the final one. I don't know that everybody got the final one. So I would want to make sure that we first start with what is the problem we're trying to solve? What is the timeline? And, you know, while of course I respect and appreciate BLYLP, we do have a responsibility to say, you know, what is the universe, and you know, do we bring in different groups to do different pieces of this? So I think I heard at least 4 people say that they would like this item to come back on January 22nd. We're trying to figure out in what shape to do that. But I would just encourage everyone to say, let's just focus on first identifying, you know, what are the problems we're trying to address, and not do it kind of in my mind, what is a backwards way of saying, you know, first let's pick a vendor.
And so one other piece, just I think it may be helpful, and Matt, put you on the spot, but the piece that's on the recommendation list is a targeted and you know, the idea that we're targeted and universal program specialist. And all the work that we've done in planning out what the equity office looks like, that's what Matt and Mark and the team have come to saying, this is the right first step. And so we have Matt here. So I thought would we want to hear from Matt as far as his thought process behind why he sees this as the logical first step.
Okay. I also, I think Ms. Charis has brought us back, between Mr. Yang and Ms. Charis has brought us back. And I think that's where I get like, it just felt so overwhelming to me. Your concern, I want to hear, Ms. Jamerson, is about safe spaces and what we're doing to welcome kids back, right?
I like
Did
to
you
add
too?
school climate to that.
It's her motion.
Adding school climate. Concern with school climate.
Can I ask a question? Isn't it also about suspension rates
Yes.
of the
Right,
students?
that's
I just
the
want to
bottom
make
line.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, suspension is the outcome.
Yeah.
So yes, it's about providing safe spaces. Initially, in terms of my sense of urgency, is preparing safe spaces for students to welcome students back for fall.
Part of it
You're
is
very
making-
concerned about what we're doing to welcome children back. And I understand the
Not just to,
frustration.
but not just to welcome them back. Because to me, when you say welcome, that's like a one-time event.
Yeah, that's
So-
like a party.
Yeah,
I
so
get it.
what are we doing to prepare
To establish.
to support those students, to support Black students
Mhm.
arriving after the year that they have gone through?
Okay.
It's just like almost a K-12 research and activities that we have here, and that's what I was trying to get at. How much of that $850,000 is going to that activity? It's very similar.
$500,000 to the school sites for the second bullet, $350,000 to keep the Avid program moving forward. Yeah.
But I think the 500,000 is more about what Ms. Jamerson was saying. She doesn't care that we have a poster up that says, welcome back, Black students. She's talking about what supports we are going to have there that makes them comfortable, correct?
Interpret
Okay.
it like that, not with a poster.
But no, I'm just being, I'm not being, I'm just saying you're concerned about
absolutely, that's-
long-term things.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely. And I mean, and I
And there-
know that we, Mr. Cerruti shared with us a plan. I know that there is a plan to address specifically suspension, and I'm really excited about the work
Mr.
with
Cerruti,
that.
can you read the titles of the proposals that we have? Because make sure we're all talking the same thing.
Yeah, so what I was just trying to say was that this isn't, it is work being done to address suspension. There is a plan that has been shared that I was very excited about that plan. This is in collaboration with that. This isn't to say that that work isn't being done. This is in addition to that. Just as there are other partnerships, I'm just wanting us to be able to explore all avenues to be able to support our students. And this is an avenue that was presented to us. And part of me is just feeling that it's irresponsible for us to just let that sit there without any action.
And I believe it's probably very frustrating for them as well. I understand. That
And I
makes
mean,
sense.
if there's these other proposals that have come through, I don't know what communication has been had with those other vendors or communities. Yeah, so, part of it is can we just answer this call? And again, this is in addition to the work that is already being done.
So we've received, to date, we received 3 proposals from outside agencies. 3 from BYLP. 2 of them, one is an update from the others, but I just wanted to point out, we received 5 documents. From BYLP, there is one titled Black Student Advocacy and Success Program, and then we received an updated version of that one. There was one entitled Black Girls Support Network, and that's obviously a program targeting our Black female students, and that's also from BYLP. We received one from, bear with me for just a second, because I've got budget pages, from Project Optimism Leadership Session. And I can provide information about that. The proposal showcases Project Optimism. And it's a model for BSU clubs and advisors, and there's information regarding that. And then there is the Earth Mama Healing Incorporated, and that is also for the Nurturing and Empowering through the Nurturing and Empowering Institute for Women. So that also is targeting our female students. And those are the proposals we've received.
Point of clarification, that's targeting female students in general or Black female students?
So it is, and let me just read through it. We are home to the Nurturing and Empower Women Institute for Empowerment, Leadership, and Enrichment of Girls and Women. Risk reduction for females. Right off the top of my head, I'd have to look and see if they specify that it is women or females of color. So I can look into that and read that more carefully, but I just wanted to clarify when the question was specific, and it's not to say that any of these, I'm not taking a position that any of these could or could not support our efforts to reduce or eliminate disproportionality of exclusionary discipline, but we didn't receive any proposals that were specific to that or entitled specific to that.
Madam Chair, can I add one thing? So that is important context. When we continue this discussion, I want to make sure that it's also in context with the work that the Office of Equity is doing, because I have asked these questions before, really from the start of the racial justice protest about what kind of support we're providing to our students. And Matt talked about, healing circles and things of that nature. So I know that some things are going on. I'm not suggesting that we can't or shouldn't do more, but I just want to make sure that we're not having a conversation like in a silo.
I understand. Oh, yes, Mr. Fortino.
I want to get back to me, as far as I'm concerned, the primary point that I heard from Ms. Jamerson. And as I say that, sometimes I think perhaps I don't speak clearly or express myself clearly, and it leads people to hear things I've not said. I said, we haven't done anything proactively. I am just as well aware of anybody sitting in this room what we've done in the area of having people have a different mindset as they look at behaviors of Black children. I know that we have supported BSUs. Those do not have anything to do with the reduction of the disproportionate numbers of Black student suspension. That's the issue. We can look at how things interact with one another, but we're talking about taking definitive action for a specific group of children to change what the outcomes have been. That's what I think we're talking about. All the other pieces go with it, but that's the primary issue. And school is starting in July. Gina's brought forth an identified program that's ready to hit the ground to provide intervention and support to deal with Black student suspension. Now, as a board, we say, yes, we want to do that, or we say, no, we don't want to do that. It's real simple. It's not particularly complicated. With respect to the tenets of the contract, let it be negotiated. But what I heard is we have an identified body that can go to work tomorrow to address in a very proactive way the disproportionate numbers of student suspension. That's what it's about. And then we make a decision. We want to do it. We don't want to do it. And you know, it was said again tonight. It's true. The kids are listening and watching.
Ms. Charis?
Oh, I was just going to ask if we can move forward. I think we've given guidance. Do we need some clarification?
It's as
There actually hasn't been
clear as a foggy window.
Yeah,
okay. Okay,
an action by
do
the
you
board
still
yet, so-
want your motion?
She gets.
Or would you like to rephrase it based on discussion?
I still want this motion I would, I guess I want to agendize.
You would like to move to agendize a discussion of
establishing a partnership.
okay, but do you understand what Nancy said? Does discussion need to be what we want to get? And then during that discussion, you asked to have BYLP services examined on how we reach the goal? Because as the
Right, so I think bringing forth those other proposals, so if we can, I would like to agendize an item to discuss proposals to address the support of Black students within our district.
for their return of mid-August,
Correct,
because the timeliness is the
Yes.
important part.
yes.
Okay.
I second that.
Does that make sense to you, Mr.? Is that clear?
So what I'm trying to figure out, is that part of this topic that we're actually on right now?
Yes.
Or is it a separate item to that's the
I
piece I'm
think it's
not
got to be a
clear
separate
about.
item.
I would like to suggest it be a separate item, given the information that it, whatever the direction the board gives, it can be funded with COVID 1, 2, or 3 funding, and we do not have to wait. So we can stick to a faster timeline and not hold up this item.
I would see, this is one thing. This is one discussion.
Mhm.
This is a much larger discussion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, so I agree. So I agree. So the proposal for ESER one, the first round, yes, we're that's a separate, this is a separate discussion from that, with the caveat that to be implemented for fall, so that,
Mid-August
mhm,
is the concern. Okay.
so that
Rudy,
if
do
we
you have to
use
have this
whatever.
written?
So, yeah, so that goes back to my initial piece is,
I think out of this discussion, we have come to, she has amended out of the discussion that followed coming out of changing funding in here, she has amended it to request a separate item be put on the agenda. And does she need to do that at other things from the floor? Or can we just do it from here?
I mean, the appropriate time would be from other things from the floor, if it is a separate,
If it's going to be a separate item
Yes.
from
that's what I'm trying to get
the
clarification.
funding recommendations.
Okay, okay. So I want it to be part of the funding recommendations.
For these funds.
Yeah, from these funds, we are on the subject matter. You're bringing up another issue. We are on this funding source amount and this pot of money. Don't bring up this other agenda. And this is coming from another source, administration. She's requesting money transfer and an issue dealing with this pot of money, with this issue.
Okay. And I think this is part of Mr. Fortina's frustration, which I understand, is then we will be bringing forward things in one meeting and voting to spend that money in the same meeting. And Mr. Fortina has things he wants to bring up, and he doesn't, it is not clear where he brings them up to have them to discuss, to then vote on the money. Would that be a fair representation, Mr. Fortina?
No.
Okay. I don't feel like I'm going to have enough information to vote on it next meeting.
What information do, what information
I call
do,
for the vote right now.
no, excuse me. What information do we have to vote on any of the projected requests?
In here, I met with Chris and I talked to him. I asked him what the $1 million meant. I asked him what that meant.
I think he means the
it was
proposals.
presented. What?
It's why we have staff here to have.
Well,
this
then we better extend this meeting till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, because I've got thousands of questions for Matt, for Don. I can go all night long with my questions.
I don't even know what are we,
So I'm really confused here.
I don't know why we're so upset about that.
Okay, so Beth, so what I'm hearing from Gina is she's want to agenda this item to the next meeting, right?
Yes, that's what I understand.
Can we just vote on that and then drop that?
We've been
It's-
trying to, but we can't get clarity on what the motion is.
Yeah, so let her clarify it and then let's vote on that. I mean, instead of just keep spinning around and around and around for like,
I call for the vote.
But I need to clarify the motion better. So you would like to discuss? Did you write it? And do you want it in,
Let Ms. Jamerson make her, it's her proposal.
But anytime you.
I'm-
I'm just asking for the proposal. That's all.
I move to agendize a discussion to I move to agendize a discussion to form a partnership with BYLP or other entities
For the
in
goal of.
to, yes, for the goal of supporting Black students for the fall semester, beginning in the fall semester,
One school.
as part of this funding discussion.
I second.
All right. Does there need to be any other, okay, we've had a call to question.
Well, that's pretty straightforward, right, Beth?
Yeah, no, I think we have it now.
Yeah,
We're
so
good.
I second that.
We amended it to include these other 4 other projects.
Yeah,
The original just consisted of one particular program. Now they brought in 4 other programs into the situation. That's all right with me.
that's okay. She amended her motion.
But yet the
That's
original
fine.
one didn't-
But it's her goal. As Ms. Charis Espinoza reminded us, it's about the goal
You're right.
and finding the best way to reach that goal.
Correct.
And we all agree on the goal.
Right.
And I think Ms. Charis made a good thing that it got odd when it included who was going to get us to that goal. But she wants to make sure that group is included to be considered to get us to that goal, which I don't think there's a person that has a problem with, so we'll know when we vote. Who is in favor of Ms. Jamerson's?
Well, I second that. Just,
Oh, Mr. Perez already seconded it, so we're gonna, Mr. Yang.
no, I second that before he did.
All right, so we're voting on a move to agendize a discussion to consider a partnership with BYLP or other entities for the goal of supporting Black students beginning fall 2021. I think everyone's clear that we want something in place when school starts.
Are we doing a roll call now?
Mr. Fortuna?
The way in which the statement was written, can we amend that? That says with the focus of eliminating disproportionality in Black student suspension? Because that's the major
I
purpose.
accept that friendly amendment.
Is it more focused?
I actually see that as limiting because disproportionality is not the only thing we need to do better for Black students, right? A lot of these things,
Correct.
are about school climate.
And the proposal
Mhm.
that we had received speaks to all of those support things. You know, it's not just the suspension.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know, I just feel like that adds so many layers of what we're trying to get done by August 14th.
To be clear, if we were to select a vendor today, it's still iffy whether or not anyone could be up and running by August 14th. So let's
Well,
just
no,
all
we
be
have that
aware of
option.
that. What's that?
I think BYLP says they're ready to go.
Maybe they could hire in that amount of time, staff up as needed. Maybe they couldn't. I don't know that, but I just want to make sure everyone is aware that that's really tight turnaround.
And why? I just think being focused on one thing, I think the whole suspension thing is so huge and has so many facets. That could limit us, but we can discuss it next time.
Yep.
So that can definitely be part of the discussion. She will provide you with it. Does anybody have a question what it is?
No.
Okay, Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Ms. Charis. Aye. Dr. Martinez Solir.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
And I for myself, it is unanimous. Now we are back to the discussion of the remaining round one funding recommendations. We were on Mr. Perez. And you had a question about how much the 500,000 and the 850,000 was split. I think you got that answer.
Yeah, because like we're discussing, we could change this money amount. That's why we're having the discussion. We're talking about monies, we're talking about funding programs. So this is all on the table. That's why I want to know, we possibly could move a money around from K-12 reintroduction to school support and activities. That's school climate. That's dealing with this issue. The other issue that I was concerned about was, could you go down in this, can you do that? You can. Let me do that over here.
Which page?
Graphs, okay. Oh, yes. Support and food nutritional services. I think you had surplus 206, well, hold on. 2.69. And you have 300 from the governor's budget. So.
Right, we have listed 3 million. The reason, Mr. Perez, is the expended and obligated column. Our expenditures through April 30th and our books are not closed yet.
Oh, okay. So you might have, okay, yeah, because I know.
So there's gonna be
2.69,
Yes.
but you're gonna get.
I rounded up to 3.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
So, but also the question was, I was wondering, why can't we get it from the feds funds, COVID relief money versus the governor's thing? Is there any
So
particular
this-
reason?
This is federal money.
Right now?
All of this is
the
federal.
governor. Oh, yes, the governors, yeah, I see, you're right, yeah, that's right. It came through, but it's coming through the governor, okay, yeah, okay,
Correct.
you're right. Thank you, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fortuna.
Yes. We're here to consider a proposed spending plan of items. And certainly the issue that Ms. Jamerson brought up is, to me, is critical in that it's been talked about and yet the outcomes haven't been positive. So I would hope that we can move forward with the proposal to address Black student suspension. However, in the event that we don't have the votes, I would like to propose an additional item. And that is that we move to halt all expulsions and suspensions beginning July 1, 2021, and that we hire restorative practices personnel for every elementary and secondary school site.
Okay,
Hire a what?
Pardon me?
Hire a,
Restorative practice
restorative practices.
personnel.
do we know what that would be?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
what
do
does that
know
mean?
what it would mean.
Okay, so
Explain it to
like the level of person, are we talking an additional vice principal, or are we talking, what are we?
No, restorative practice people trained in that area to deal with children's behaviors and interventions with staff, people who can direct the negative behaviors to positive behaviors because if we were to eliminate all suspensions, we could not conceivably do that without providing the resources to the staff and to the children and their families. You can't do one without the other. No, well, not successfully. I suppose you could.
Carmen,
I'd hate to see that.
Is this like what I talked about earlier and we've talked about instead of doing like suspensions or in-school suspensions, to have someone, which we never really specified, but somebody trained to actually deal with the core issues of the students?
Yeah, then you don't have to suspend.
But not just someone, restorative practices, yes,
practices.
certified,
Yeah.
trained.
I mean, I don't know what that
Is there
certification.
is there such a
Yeah.
certification that anyone's aware of? Okay. And there's people that,
Okay,
Yeah, I definitely want to have that conversation, but I would like to have a discussion about who is the best qualified person. I mean, I floated social workers. How much mental health expertise does this person need to have? I don't know what a restorative practices certification requires. So I would like that we actually have more of a discussion before making a motion on this.
Well, schools employ restorative practices folks now. The unfortunate thing is, since we don't have a program, schools are responsible for funding it themselves. So some people have an hour a day, some people have a half a person. It's all over the board. What I'm proposing is if to eliminate the suspensions, then we don't have suspensions for anybody, but to provide the support necessary for the children, the families, and the staff.
so you would like a presentation on how we could do that?
But no, I don't want a presentation. I'm proposing that become part of the funding that we're going to vote on. That's my input.
one person
into-
at each of the 67 school sites, or is this a secondary?
Start at middle and high school.
Well, that's what, if you want us to bring back a proposal, I need to be clear about what the proposal is. So it's 18 people
Right.
in a teacher type pay, or, I mean, you're talking $100,000 a person on average if it's a teacher. So if it's more than a teacher, then that's, yeah, that's 100,000. So he's got to make sure we know what we're bringing back, because we have $4.4 million that we're talking about with round one.
We already pay restorative practices people at our school sites. It shouldn't take too much to find out what that costs.
I don't think we have anybody full-time committed to it, is what he's saying. But we need more information.
And it's
Could-
Shannon to pull it up.
She doesn't know what a.
We don't have anybody in that classification for me to pull. I mean, we would have to survey the school sites and find out who they've assigned, but we don't have a job description specific to that, so I can't just pull it.
They've assigned
Well, Pinkerton.
portions of people to do this, but we don't have individual full-blown people that's their job.
Here's the concept. I don't care who you hire. Suspend suspensions and add an additional person to each of the secondary school sites that could address the student behavior, provide support to the teacher, and to provide support with the parents.
Do you know anywhere that's done this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm asking a question. I don't know, Carmen.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to learn more about it.
Restorative practices it's been around for how many years, Gina?
I've been to a presentation on restorative practices. The idea that you end all suspensions and hire a restorative practice person is the part that's,
Right.
as
Yeah,
a
I think
teacher.
we'd want a legal
is-
opinion on not being
Expulsions.
not suspending on or expelling on mandatory.
I should have said that. I understand that we have mandatory issues. I understand that piece. The
But if you
bulk
understand
of
it,
our
we-
suspensions are not the mandatory pieces.
Carmine, are you open to having us start this, everybody learning about it? Mr. Yang, do you know about restorative practices? I mean, I don't know enough.
Well, I could say this, since you call my name,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I could say this, you know, when I was running my campaign, you know, one of the things that I passionate wanted to help or do is to stop suspension, just sending kids home,
Okay.
but provide alternative solutions. And that's education, teaching the kids what they need to do to better themselves. So instead of getting sent home, but actually do different things so that they could actually learn why they shouldn't do the things that they have done to get them suspended. And part of that to me is that we have to have a mindset that when we send kids home in suspension status, statistically tells us that there will be 5 times
Oh, shit.
more than like 5 times than a kid who never been suspended, that they're gonna go to the they will be in the criminal system. And when I saw that survey, it's really bothered me, and I wanna do everything in my power to stop that, because to me that is directly send them to the statistic of school to prison pipeline. So we need to do better.
Okay.
But I think that we have to do things that make sense. I'm new here, but it feels like we can't just throw things on the table. And when we do that, there's a lot of missing piece in my mind, but I want to get there. But when we do things without, not necessarily going in order, but having information present to us, and then we make decision based on that. But with that said, we have to have the mindset of our end goal, right? Which is 1, stop suspension for all kids. 2, to help the Black kids, the Black community. So that's kind of like the end game. But we have to do our part. We got to do our homework. And I'm new here. Carmine's been here for a long time. So you know, what you alluded to based on your experience, I might not, you know, I might not understand completely, but I you know, the end game, I definitely want the same thing.
Mr.
Well,
Fortuna?
there's many people that could be brought in if we need that, but you got one right here. You got Matt, you can ask him any questions you want about restorative practices.
Can we take a vote to extend our meeting to midnight?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Call the vote.
I need a second.
A second.
Okay, Mr. Perez,
Second.
Yes.
Jamerson,
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Nancy,
Aye.
Carmen,
Aye.
Sean, Mr. Yang?
Yeah.
Tony,
Yes,
would
and
you-
myself, that's 6. Mr. Fortini, you had something further to say?
Can I ask a question?
It's what I just had said that, and I don't know if he wants to deny it, but if Sean or anybody else wants to know about restorative practices from someone that certainly has done it and is well versed in it, you got Matt right here. Again, the board has an opportunity tonight to respond to the proposal. And we had one response from Ms. Jamerson. Now you're getting a second response from me. It says, well, if we don't go down the road of Black Youth Leadership Project, how about if we just then move to philosophically eliminate suspensions and provide the additional support that school sites, children, parents and staff need to address children's behavior in lieu of sending them home.
Mr. Fortuna, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Would you consider making your motion that we put that on the July agenda so that we can all come up to speed and have a more holistic discussion about how to do that? Like specifying exactly who we would need to hire, what kind of time it would take, where this would take place, all of that.
Yeah, I have no problem as long as they'd be in place July 15th,
In place July 15th?
or the funding would be in place by July 15th,
Well, this
certainly.
would happen at the July 20th board meeting
Yeah,
because we only have one July board meeting.
Are you worried about the funding or the issue getting dropped, Mr. Fortuna?
excuse me?
Is your concern funding because we have a lot of funding? Or is your concern, why do you feel the need to have it done by July 15th?
Because when we delay, things don't happen
Okay,
in timely manners. And then it's next week and next month. and
no, I
next
understand
year.
that. So would you like to include the date in your motion?
So can I get a
She's
clarification?
suggested you change Nancy suggested you change your motion
I can,
and include the date, a date.
yeah,
Would
yeah,
that,
I-
and I'm trying to say, would that satisfy your concern?
I would like my request to be part of the funding proposal that's going to come back to us June 22nd.
Okay, so just, so for clarification, Carmen, the funding piece is tied to the personnel, the restorative practices personnel that will be at the school sites.
Right.
To include the decision about how suspensions will be handled in the district is a separate, and we have to go back and look at board policy states. I see those two things, or the reason you want the restorative piece, they would be useful regarded, while we were still figuring out what the suspension policy was going to be. But I think, having those two things tied together, that one has to happen with the other in a funding conversation, the funding piece is, does the board want to move forward with a restorative practices person at each of the secondary schools to start?
Ms. Jamerson?
Could you do a temporary moratorium on suspensions for this academic year while the task force is looking at how to address disproportionate suspension? Could this be a temporary
No.
moratorium?
This would need to be a legal conversation, because we're back to moratorium on suspensions, but Carmen's already spoke to, but if a kid takes his Chromebook and slams another kid over the head and causes great bodily injury, are we saying we're not suspending a kid?
Yeah, we
By law, so we just have to make sure, are we talking about, there's been a great deal of work in the legislature, and we've been doing this work, is why suspension rates overall are down, because the easily used disruption of school activities, 400, 900K, that is the general way that we suspended kids, for decades. You can't do that until other corrective actions have been done prior to a suspension. So you can't do that on the first. So we just got to make sure when we say moratorium on suspensions and expulsions.
No.
That's an interesting concept. And we would want to make sure we clearly understood what we were doing, and tying those two things into a priority conversation about $4.4 million left over. Or so we're just in a wide array, in a really big pool, when the topic on hand is $4.4 million from round one that we wanted to get finished up so we can get some things into our schools to start the school year, so we can get those put to bed so we can go to work on round two and round three and start thinking big about stuff that that we can do. I mean, that's where we were coming into this conversation. Now, I mean, staff's going to be working, you know, rearranging some things, getting ready for next Tuesday to bring some things forward. And if we're doing a moratorium on suspensions, and that's going to be a decision item on the 22nd of June, when we haven't dove into that at all. So I'm just trying to, we just seem to be, and you know,
That's what happens when we don't have time for discussions.
Madam Chair, I think the questions that are being raised really illustrate why this subject, the goal of which I completely support, needs a fuller conversation. So maybe some of our new members don't know, in this district, we basically only expel if you are selling drugs on campus or you bring a deadly weapon. So that's different in other places, but here we do a lot of things to try to avoid expulsion. So I know initially you said expulsion,
Yeah,
Carmen. I am in favor of doing this to do away with suspension.
Suspension, that's where I am.
So again, I understand where you're coming from, Carmen. You've had a loss of faith about things being delayed. I would just say, I think we're hearing a solid majority behind this. And I would hope that that gives you some faith that if we say that this item, you know, per the motion, is going to come back for discussion at the July meeting, that that's the intent of a majority of the folks on this board.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't believe that needs a vote. We would like to put a discussion and a presentation. I'm sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth. Please tell me what your thought is.
Well, the discussion will be whether or not we move to suspend suspensions, abandon suspensions, put a moratorium on suspensions.
How to create a constructive alternative to
And-
suspension.
Yeah,
Would that be it?
yeah.
Strategies
maybe, yeah.
To establish
Alternative.
alternatives to
Alternative.
suspension. Alternatives to
Solution.
suspension.
Alternative solutions to suspensions.
Right.
With an interest.
Well,
Yeah,
for
well, I
me, it
mean,
would
we
be
wanna
an
limit-
IRA.
I think that's clear enough, Beth.
Yeah.
Is that clear enough for you, Chris?
Yeah. That's clear enough.
strategies to find alternative solutions to suspensions as the topic. And then we can dive deep into what are the flexibilities. I think we'd be doing, we don't have a legal opinion on what are the actual board parameters and with regards to suspensions, what can we choose to and not to suspend for. So we have that information, but then also it would be strategies related to
A more constructive alternative.
Like restorative practices, right?
Yeah, and I
Is
would.
it your goal to get, so you think the answer they will find is restorative practices, or you want that presentation to be on restorative practices, or you want a different presentation on restorative practices? That's my question.
I I believe that to be successful with eliminating suspensions, you have to have appropriate additional staff on the sites to make that successful. I suggested that we utilize people who are versed in restorative practices as being the individuals who would do that work. If through discussion, people see that others can do that, that's fine too. What I would like is for Matt to be part of that discussion.
Because one of the concepts around restorative practices is, it's PBIS versus restorative practices.
Yes.
PBIS is designed to intervene ahead of behaviors that could lead to suspension. Clearly understanding the rules, that how we interact with each other, those guys. So that's preventative in nature. Restorative is an act has been done.
Actively changing.
And so how do you intervene so that the person that did the act understands the implications of their act? And so it is fixing it after it's happened.
It's-
Versus,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Carmen, one of the reasons I would like to have a broader conversation is because restorative practices are about conflict, about the aftermath of conflict, and students are suspended for many reasons. It could be, some behavior that doesn't involve conflict with somebody else. So that's why I don't want to presuppose what the solution is. Do I want these people to have skills in restorative practices?
That's the bottom line.
Absolutely, but I just don't want to limit it to that.
Yeah, that's.
rather they spend more time on the preventative side, and as if a program were to be in place, and we have some programs, but the idea would be that you're spending the lion's share of your time preventing the behaviors that lead to suspension versus intervening after a suspension has happened.
You could do both.
Yeah. But if we're
I
taking it
understand,
from
but-
both
Because
ends
it's-
as they raise
it's
up,
gonna
eventually they
happen.
could go away.
It's gonna
Um,
happen.
Yeah.
Any information you can send out ahead of the July 22nd information, a school that's doing something creative, definitions to get us all to a better place to have an educated discussion would be appreciated. Yes, Ms., please.
Just something real quick. I want you to understand as it relates to this project, the vision, why we asked as a meager starting, at least for these two positions. Everything we've talked about with both initiatives are considered and were considered as part of this proposal. We recognize that we're in this position right now because we don't have the infrastructure to run these programs. As you know, educational equity is not a program. It's a very wide-ranging concept with lots of needs and a broad range of skill sets. But there are programs that we want to instill that are going to move our equity work forward, which includes targeted programs for our Black students, which is why we've created a program specialist that will run and coordinate programs for our Black students, including contracts that we are looking out for support from external partners, but hopefully also internally developed and designed programs that we're running so we're not always reliant on other external partners. And on the flip side, the Universal Equity Program Coordinator or Program Specialist will be able to help us coordinate in partnership with our Student Supports and Health Services Department, the Restorative Justice Program, right? As a thoughtful, coherent, district-wide program, not things that people are doing, when they have funds, depending on the design. And so, I just wanted to share that's why we're starting with the proposal with these two pieces, because we know we need those in place to coordinate ongoing and continue to develop those programs. And just as a thought, it will take time to develop a coherent, strong restorative practices program. In other words, it's very unlikely that we'll find people very well versed and fully trained at the time of hiring. So they'll need training, these staff members, in addition to then actually implementing it. And if you've ever been a principal, you could have many, many incidents in a given day. And so one person doing it on their own isn't going to be insufficient. We're going to need them to both be involved and engaged in the work, as well as supporting, training, and developing the rest of the staff to be able to tackle these issues. So just something to consider that from the day one, even if we have the staff there, it does not necessarily mean that we're going to be prepared to fully implement a restorative justice or restorative practices program.
Thank you.
Did
Okay.
you hear what?
I think
What he
we have
said?
agreement to come back on July 22nd. And do you feel clear, Mr. Hoffman?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, so my question is Carmen's motion? Because I'm just checking to make sure. So are we saying the Carmen's motion or request is for an item that will be on the July
20.
meeting, not next week's meeting?
July 20 meeting. Please stop. July 22nd meeting, we have a date to look at best practices to eliminate suspension.
A plan, the development of a plan? Alternatives.
not-
No, we called it alternatives.
call it
Actually, didn't you
alternatives
already
to
write down the motion?
suspension.
I think we already wrote it down. So alternatives to suspension that provide constructive alternatives. Something like that.
So again, that's what I'm just saying that, so the original piece that Mr.
Dropped.
Fortuna,
Dropped.
that's so we're moving forward with is a agenda item on at the July meeting with regards to strategies, with regards to alternates to suspensions, alternate solutions to suspensions. And we also want to have a conversation and understand what parameters the board has with regards to curbing, reducing, eliminating, the idea of suspensions. What are those parameters?
Yeah.
Which will require a legal.
For sure.
Is that the part, do you want to go that deep in that first discussion? Yeah. Okay, and Matt has been requested to be part of it. Mr. Espinoza.
Mention-
So where were we? That was the motion, and I think we got a second.
Mr. Perez has seconded it many times. So we'll let him vote first. Oh, hold on. Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez
Yes.
Soler,
Yes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
and myself as an aye. Well, that's 7. Okay, now we're on Mr. Yang. Did you have any comment on Ms. Hayes' presentation? Any further comment?
I just want to thank you for the presentation. I look forward for all of us to use this fund to help the cause that needs to be helped the most. And I think we have a fair discussions thus far. So I look forward for positive things that we will use this money toward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Can I ask one question before we finish it up?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to bring back the proposal that we brought tonight. And we're going to bring back the proposals from BYLP and other entities with regards to supporting Black students, specifically for the start of the school year in the transition back. So we'll bring we'll bring back these items as proposed, and then we'll price out what it is the other proposals are. We'll invite the vendors to be able to share the information, to be available to ask or answer questions related to the proposals. So that could be part of the board's consideration for the remaining round 1. And the board could also make a decision not going to be round one, but we want at the top of the list for round two. But that's what we could
So you said you're going to invite them, so they'll be here in person?
have to figure that out. I mean, if we have a representative from each and there's 3 to 5 of them, we could probably do that.
Right there.
Yeah, so that shouldn't be a problem. We can bring them in for that item. I think we can safely do that, yes. We'll invite them. We'll see, make sure they're available.
Okay. I just think Ms. Jamerson, it's been clear. Okay. We have action item, a resolution to eliminate and or reduce classified positions. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Singh?
Good evening, Board President, Ms. Albiani, members of the board, President Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. The board is asked to adopt the attached resolution to eliminate and or to reduce classified positions due to a lack of work, lack of funds pursuant to Ed Code Sections 45114, 45298, 45308, and 45117. There are 4 positions on the resolution, and at this time, all of those are vacant.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 74 for school year 2021, 2022, authorizing the governing board to eliminate and or reduce classified positions.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Second.
Second by Dr. Martina Soler. Roll call vote, Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler,
Aye.
and myself. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, would you please provide your report?
So a couple of pieces. One is I want to thank the board handbook subcommittee that has been doing the work. Mr. Yang, Mr. Persina, and Ms. Chavez Espinoza. We have a working draft. The last thing that we have to do is create the matrix with regards to the resolutions. So my ask is, would that subcommittee be willing to come together one more time and let's knock out, we'll get a draft of a matrix, and then we'll bring you back together one more time and take care of that.
Sure.
Okay. Then I have also been working with Mike and Mike from the Arbinger Institute, and they are willing and able to work with us to develop a board evaluation tool and to be able to tie the superintendent evaluation tool to that. In order to be ready for a August workshop where we could actually finalize the work and the board can make the decision on what the tools would look like, I would need to put together another subcommittee that could do some work ahead of time with Mike and kind of preparation for that. So I would ask President Albiani if we could do that tonight, or we could do that next week if we give people some time to talk with you and express interest. I just wanted to get that on the radar.
Can you give us, excuse me, that would probably include 1, 2, 3 meetings. What do you foresee that entailing?
Probably 3 meetings
meetings.
with the subcommittee and with working with Mike. He'll remote in for some of the work. He'll be with us in person for July and August. And in the August workshop, it'll be an extended period of time to finalize and put the actual documents in place.
Okay, in the effort of time, I would like to be on that committee, and please just email me, anybody else who would like to, before the next meeting. Go ahead.
And then we'll need one more subcommittee down the road. We don't need to do this again tonight, but I want to put it on the radar. We are working with the student group with regards to a student board member. And so if that, we are going to need to put a subcommittee together to do that work, to work with Craig and the team and the students and kind of working through that process. So don't need that decision tonight, but I wanted to put it on the radar that that's something that we're working on as well. And that's all I have.
No, I believe you were going to address meetings. No? What did we ask you to address? You said you had to address later.
Was it the Cal OSHA stuff? Was it?
There was something, and you said you
At
would
the
do it
top of
in your
them.
superintendent report.
I think there was a public comment mentioned earlier and you alluded to you would address it during your items about the board meetings.
Oh, when are we going to have in-person meetings? Was that what it was?
Okay, so I can speak, I can speak to that. So we just got this information from Karen. So apparently the governor signed a new exec order, which is part of the script that was read tonight.
Did read something new.
On Friday, that extends the ability of boards to meet the way we're meeting through September. So that's, I think it's September 30th. I don't know that we need to wait that long. So what I would like to do is to obviously finish tonight's meeting this way we are, and to be able to do the 22nd of June in this format and explore either the July meeting or the first meeting in August, being able to get back to the public. So let's just kind of take a little bit of a snapshot on what looks like it's happening in the next couple of weeks. But I think either July or first meeting in August, we can open up the room. And part of the conversation, I think, if we waited till the August meeting to do it, is to have a conversation in July
Yes.
with regards to, do we want to continue to Zoom even though are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do a concurrent model board meeting moving forward? Do we ever want to hear the word concurrent again? So I do want to give the board the opportunity to have some conversation. And there's at least 2, if not 3 bills going on in the legislature specific to how boards will do meetings, public entities will do meetings moving forward. So we might get one of those bills taken action on that would give us some additional information, because I would hate to go and recreate a whole thing and then the legislature come out with a new law and then we have to go and change it all over again. So if we could shoot for the first meeting in August, I think that gives us enough time to get information to you at the July meeting and then give us direction moving forward of what this thing looks like.
Thank
The
you. I
new
think there's
version.
a genuine effort in getting to that point. So
Okay.
I appreciate that. Other items, any committee work? They mentioned the handbook.
I just want to note we're at midnight. We extended to midnight.
Okay. How long do we need? Someone want to make a motion? Or I could just adjourn it.
One question quickly.
Yeah, can you make a motion to extend, please?
Then I make a motion to extend till 12:20.
Thank you.
12:05. No, I'm just kidding. I second.
I have a first and a second, as it requires a roll call vote. Mr. Perez? Ms. Jamerson? Dr. Martinez Soler?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
You know that clock over there is wrong, right?
I do. I have 12:03 on my phone right here, sir.
12:03.
That's why I'm always touching my phone. It's wake it up to get it to tell me the time.
I forgot
12:20.
that was wronger. I would have extended it to 12:30 and asked all my questions.
That makes sense. Go ahead.
Anyway,
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Yang, did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, and myself is unanimous. Your question, Mr. Fortuna?
the
Or-
teacher that spoke tonight, the kindergarten teacher, was pretty articulate and raised some issues. I would much appreciate reading the response to her.
Okay. Okay, so there's no reports. That was another item from the floor. Did anybody else have another item from the floor? All right, I will adjourn this meeting at 12:04, 16 minutes early from our designated time.